Testing, testing, testing. Ready? Yeah.
Good morning. Today is Monday, December 10th. It is about 9 o'clock. This is meeting of the Water Quality Control Commission, meeting in the Florence Salem Conference Room. We are in the Florence Salem Conference Room. 4300 Cherry Creek Drive South, Building 8, Denver, Colorado. Commissioners present include David Baumgartner, Barbara Biggs, Joan Carter is on her way, Jane Cleary, Dr. Michael Gusev, Kevin Greer, Fred the agenda is published.
I had one note about the administrator's items about the November summary. I just wanted to note that it's November 13th and summary that we'll be reviewing and approving. And then I think
You have a couple of introductions you'd like to make?
I do. I would like to, if you'll indulge me for a couple of minutes. So first I wanted to say thank you to Judy Carey. So Judy saved a lot of us from drowning for the last couple of months. So thanks, Judy. But this will likely be her last commission meeting here with you all. And then wanted to introduce Amy Intermont, who will be the new program assistant for the commission. So welcome and thanks, Amy. And then I also wanted to introduce Jeremy Newstifter, so sitting in the front row is the new policy advisor. Jeremy comes to us from the air division, a really strong background in air quality matters, but also a history of some biology major and a lot of interest in water quality matters. And he's really interested in getting to know you and the issues here and helping to support the work of this commission. So thanks, Jeremy.
You'll find we have no end of issues here. And Patrick, do you have a couple things you want to add to the division director's update?
I think there was just one that I needed to add, and that's just an update on perfluorinated compounds and the work that we're doing in the state. It could probably still fit under the standing agenda items that we had, but I wanted to call that out specifically.
Okay, thank you. Any other additions or changes to the agenda? Do we have a motion to amend the agenda as discussed? David, a second. Michael, thank you. We have a motion by David and a second by Michael to approve changes to the agenda. Any discussions? Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The agenda is amended. There's a sign-up sheet. Is it out in the hallway? It's right here on the end of the table. So if you wish to address the commission on any topic today, please put your name on this sheet and the topic about which you would like to comment. First, we have an informational briefing from representatives of the department's green team to talk to us about recycling, composting, and landfill in these confusing three little bins we have.
Should have come at lunch so they can help us figure out how to. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we are.
Yes,
Green
right.
light, green team. There we go.
Good morning.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having us. My name's Erin Hensley. I work at CDPHE. I'm a contract specialist, so I know some of the water quality contracts. So I recognize some of the names here that sign that. And this is my colleague, Emily Wilson.
Hello, I work in our hazardous materials waste management division in the solid waste program.
Right. So we just want to talk to you a little bit about CDPHE's green team, how it came about, the kind of the stuff we do. There's about 120 members from across all divisions, including our lab, our satellite thing. And I wouldn't say we all get together, 120 members, you know what that's like, but we do have a good standing 30 people or so that show up to meetings and lots of volunteers that come to our opportunities, such as the Cherry Creek cleanup. And we have all sorts of our e-waste events, that sort of thing. So you might have seen us popping around wearing has waste type things, going through trash. So it's kind of like an after school club for grown-ups if you want to get dirty. So it's not all fun though, because it came across as Governor Hickenlooper signed a greening government executive order. So the green team is here to support that order, and every state agency is meant to have a green team. I think that we're one of two that do. So it takes a lot to kind of get it rolling and keep people interested in stuff. But we're lucky that we have a sustainability unit here that helps support that. So we do a monthly meeting. Anybody's welcome to come. We meet on the fourth Wednesday of every month at 12:30 over our lunch hour and talk trash and that sort of stuff. So anyway, we recently did a waste audit. And like I said, that's when you're wearing stuff and you're picking through your colleagues' trash. And we went through every single building. We took sampling from it. It actually is a lot more fun than it sounds. Yeah, it was. And it's kind of incredible. But we found that we can recycle and compost. We currently do 55% of our waste, and our goal is 75% to divert that from the landfill. So we wanted to come in and just kind of give you guys, and it's probably applicable to maybe where you work or even at home, some of it about the kind of common misconceptions about some of our top.
Missorted
Yes, I was
items,
going to say it. Yeah, the ones that give people the confusion when they pick it up and they're not quite sure what to do. So I'll let Emily go into the details there. So
Yeah, thank you.
no problem.
So when we did our waste audit, we found that these items were commonly missorted. So we've been going around and updating commissions and divisions on those missorted items to hopefully clear some of that confusion. So the first item was paper towels, and those should always be composted and never recycled. There's such a low grade quality of paper that they simply just kind of disintegrate in recycling streams, but they make a really great fibrous material for compost. The next item was hot beverage cups, like Starbucks cups. And this is actually pretty exciting news. The city and county of Denver just started taking hot beverage cups in the recycling bin. So previously, these hot beverage cups, you couldn't recycle them because they're lined with a little plastic liner on the inside of the cup. But now they have the technology to actually remove that plastic liner from the fiber, and then they can recycle both. So while you're anywhere within Denver or here on CDPHE campus, those Starbucks cups can now go in the recycling bin, which is exciting.
The blue one.
The blue one.
Yes, the blue one.
Yeah.
Yes, here we go.
Yes.
I love
That's
it.
great.
Oh, yeah, it's in all parts.
It is.
Yes.
Lid, everything.
Yep, all parts.
So the sleeve is also recyclable, or it could be compostable. Those
Yes.
sleeves, is that correct?
Yep, but
Yeah.
if you leave it, just the sleeve on the cup, then that whole thing will go to recycling. So excellent. Thank you for the demonstration.
That was great. We usually do have props, but we figured
Yeah.
paper towels, kind of, most people are familiar with that.
We get that,
hopefully,
right? All right, so the next item are paper plates. Most of them are compostable. Other ones you're going to want to throw in the trash. So that is dependent again on that little plastic liner. So if you could, soak that paper plate and it wouldn't get soggy, then there's a plastic liner on there and it should go in the trash and head to the landfill. Otherwise, they can be composted. All of our throwaway ware from the cafeteria here is all compostable. So again, while you're on CDPHE campus, those can go in the compost bin. And then plastic bags and Ziploc bags, those are definitely commonly missorted, and they should always go, they should go in the trash unless you can collect a lot at home and get like a big bag of them. And then most grocery stores will recycle those plastic bags, which include Ziploc bags as well.
as long as you remove the top of the Ziploc. So.
Yes. So that's the part where it zips closed. That's a different kind of plastic that can't be recycled. So you should cut the zipper off and then the rest of the bag can be recycled. What else? All right, frozen food boxes. This is a confusing one because as you can see, we have a frozen food box on the recycling label for the bin. However, those go in the trash. Our signs are a little outdated now, but again, it's because of that plastic liner on the inside of the box that makes those unrecyclable.
And the previous waste purveyor was able to do those, but the current one we use, Alpine, does not. So Waste Management does, but Alpine is not able to recycle those, and that's who CDPHE uses now. So
a little confusing, but dependent on who your waste hauler is. And then the last item that we found were those little Keurig cups, the coffee cups, and those should always go in the trash. They're never recyclable, but you can also get some really nice reusable cups to just eliminate that waste stream as well. And so those are some of the commonly missorted items. Does anyone have any questions about specific items? We could go over those real quick. That's a great question. So here at CDPHE, we can throw styrofoam in the recycling because our waste hauler, Alpine, accepts styrofoam for recycling. But if you're at home, that would be dependent on whoever your waste hauler is at home.
oh, I know.
We have those plastic bins, so those are plastics.
They
Yes,
are. So
correct.
if you get like a sandwich box, yes, those
Mhm.
are. And the idea is that if you give things a quick rinse, but you don't want to scrub it out because then you're obviously using water and neutralizing the effect of doing that. We should
Mhm.
mention our special recycling here at CDPHE. So we recycle on behalf of SOFT, which is Sea Otters Foundation Trust. And we have an association with the woman that does some of the fundraising for that. And so along CDPHE, you'll see in our cafeteria here, there's a yellow bin, a random one with like a picture above it that shows some really unique things that we can recycle, such as granola wrappers, salty snacks, not sweet. So I don't know if the otters that are doing the recycling are more allowed to eat the stuff with sweet stuff. I always make that joke. I don't know.
Right,
I just
yeah.
we like the vision of little otters doing recycling, but I think they just benefit from it. So, but it can also take Brita pads, any health and beauty things such as makeup, eyeliner tubes like that. Also shampoo bottles. Those can also be mostly recycled at people's homes. But if it's something you wanted to contribute here to CDPHE, it does go to this Otter Foundation. And she comes once a year and tells us a little bit about the work they do. And she'll be here in January. But those are kind of, there's one in B right when you go through B that's like standing right there, one in C in our break room, and one again over here in the cafeteria.
We also have battery recycling on campus. And then writing utensils, so like old pens and whatnot, we can recycle those here on campus as well. Some general rules of thumb. If it's smaller, if anything, any plastic container is smaller than a Yoplait yogurt cup, just go ahead and throw that in the trash. Don't try and recycle it. Some of those smaller items, plastic items, the way that the machinery works at the material recovery facilities is those smaller plastics drop down with the lighter weight paper, and then they contaminate the paper recycling stream. So again, if it's smaller than a Yoplait cup, just throw that in the trash. Again, kind of to mirror what Aaron said, is to rinse items, but you don't have to get them pristine or, scrub them, put too much energy into cleaning the plastic items. Please remove all caps on everything except for plastic water bottles. What else? You mentioned soft.
That would be
Perfect.
a great way to do it.
Mhm.
But I've seen some
Yeah.
lasagna containers or some of those, and those are like, oh my God, that's never, or peanut butter jars. I can never get that out. So that's it.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, right. Exactly. And then, you might contaminate them. So, but yeah, there are some things that you give it a rinse, but you don't necessarily want to be using your energy to do that. I'm speaking to someone who hand washes at home and could easily put these things in the dishwasher, which I store Tupperware in. So yes, I understand there's probably ways to clean these things that don't involve that. But the kind of green team motto when you're thinking about stuff, if you're not sure, is to go ahead and put it in the trash. So it's when in doubt, throw it out, just because it is so easy to contaminate or possibly affect the machinery at these recovery sites. A lot of them depend on gears and things like a plastic bag, a hanger, things like that can put the whole operation out of business for a while. So.
And earlier this year, most of our recyclables from America were being sent to China for processing. And at the beginning of this year, China put some heavy tariffs and restrictions on recyclables being imported into the country for recycling. So there really is a big national push to try and clear our recycling streams so that they're less contaminated, so that on the back end, those items are easier to process. So I think that's all we had. If there are any more questions.
Any questions?
I just have one comment that doesn't relate to CDPHE, but it's pretty common in the beer industry now that you get cans with a plastic coating, like a shrink wrap almost. And my understanding is that you should not throw that directly in a recycle bin, because the scanners that read it as plastic that's unrecyclable. And so that aluminum gets tossed. So if you do have cans like that and you just put a slit down the side and take that plastic off, it's a good idea.
Good to know.
So there a lot of cans for small breweries have a shrink wrap sleeve on an individual can. So just a heads up that most people don't know that I've been trying to tell people about. Stickers and stuff are fine, but it's that plastic sleeve that ends up, making that unrecyclable in a lot of cases.
Or just buy, right?
Yeah,
Buy a
right.
growler.
There you go.
Exactly.
Reusable
So
growler.
just have a growler as your single serving and just get past all that.
Oh.
So
Anything else? Thank you very much, ladies.
Great.
thank you for your
all.
time.
May the record show that Joan Card has joined us. Welcome out of your traffic jam.
Yeah, boy, that was intense. Sorry to be late.
Administrative action hearing, approval of the Colorado Guide to Colorado Programs for Water Quality Management and Safe Drinking Water. We have a staff presentation.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Rowan, and I manage the Clean Water Program here at the division. And Ron Falco is in a mandatory HR training. He's not in trouble, but he has to get some training done by the end of the year. So he's not able to join us today. So I'm carrying the ball for this administrative action hearing. So what we have before you all today is policy 98-2. And we are requesting that you extend the deadline on this policy for 1 year to allow us to make some updates to that policy. The policy really is, its main purpose is to fill the requirements of 303E of the Federal Clean Water Act, which requires states to have a continuing planning process related to how we improve water quality through the state. And it really just kind of documents the processes that the division and the commission use to improve water quality through time. So one of there's three things that we think need to occur over the next year to update this policy. One is just, it was last updated in 2013, so 5 years ago. And so we have had some changes organizationally, both at the boards and commission level at the department, as well as some minor organizational changes in the division. We also want to make sure that we take a look at what it says about what we do now and make sure that it's reflective of our current practices, both at the division and commission. And then we also, around that 2013 to 2014 timeframe, went through kind of an extensive rebranding of the state identity, and we might be going through one of those again. Maybe soon, but we want to make sure that it reflects whatever current branding the department has as well. And it also could probably just kind of use a facelift. It's not super user-friendly, so I think we could make some updates there as well. Because this is just a documentation of our existing practices and we aren't trying to redo those or reinvent the wheel of how we do things. We don't think that this requires extensive public outreach with the regulated community through a work group process at the forum. We will discuss this with forum members at the retreat. But what we're proposing is that we draft a draft policy through the summer, and at the September Water Quality Forum membership meeting, have a draft to share with the forum membership and get some feedback from them, mainly on if it's clear and understandable and for clarity purposes, not necessarily changing how we do things. Then we'll put it out for written comment through our water quality bulletin process, and then this one's dead. The November Water Quality Forum meeting, we would let the forum membership know how we plan to change that for the draft that will come to you all as part of the administrative action hearing, if you so desire to move the date in January of 2020. So that's kind of the process that we've outlined in the memo that's in your packet and kind of the background on the policy. So do you have any questions on that for me?
Thanks, Nicole. Questions?
Well, I have a question. I guess when I was reading through this, I was trying to figure out whether, I mean, maybe this is a question for Jerry more than anything, is Do we have the authority to do this? I don't know why this felt different than so many of the other things that I've seen that we look at, that we decide on. This one just felt a little bit different. So I just want to make sure we had the authority to do this.
Yeah, so there's a number of policies that are commission policies, and this is one of them. And so for commission policies, you certainly have the authority to just extend. Sometimes when they come up for review every 5 years or so. We typically set the expiration date for 5 years out after the last time they're reviewed. And so that's why this came up this time. Sometimes you would be presented at this point with proposed changes to it, sometimes an extension of the expiration date for another 5 years, and sometimes a request to extend it for less in order to allow some sort of substantive changes to occur and a stakeholder process to ensue.
And just sort of by way of background, policies generally, underscore the word generally, tell everybody else what the commission or an agency is doing, the division. And they're not binding on anybody or enforceable. But it basically says, here's how we're going to approach this issue. Here's the things we're going to look at when we're doing that sort of thing. So to answer your question, yes.
Terrific.
Other questions? So to clarify, do you want the policy extended through January 31st, 2020?
Yes.
Is there a motion to extend policy 98-2 through January 31st, 2020?
So moved.
Moved by Barbara, seconded by Fred. We have a motion by Barbara, second by Fred, to extend policy 98-2 to January 31st, 2020. I'm sorry, I meant to ask if there was any public comment on this, even though it's an administrative action hearing. If anybody from the public does want to comment, we'd be glad to entertain that. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The policy is extended to January 31st, 2020. Rulemaking hearing.
Yeah, can I just note and confirm that you're all are okay if we modify the long range schedule to add an administrative action hearing for January of 2020 also? Thanks.
You're up, Kevin.
Do we need to wait till
It's not 10 o'clock.
10?
Oh, good point. We'll take a break until 10 o'clock. Oh, let's do that.
So administrators items, the first one is reviewing the summary from your November 13th meeting. Happy to entertain any questions. And when we get to it, would note that Commissioner Gusev would abstain from any motion to approve.
Thank you. Any questions for Tricia? Any comments or suggestions on the summary of proceedings and motions from November 13th? Is there a motion? Fred moves to approve. Second. Kevin. We have a motion by Fred and a second by Kevin to approve the summary of proceedings and motions for November 13th. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The summary is approved.
Thank you. Second administrator's item is for final approval of revisions to Regulation 82. So as you'll recall, following your preliminary action in November, we did send out draft final action documents to the parties. In preparing those draft final action documents, we did note that we needed to correct the amount of the fees for tiers 1 and 2 to be consistent with the statute. They were pretty minor adjustments, and we did call this out specifically in the cover memo with the draft final action documents, so that if any parties had any concern, they had an opportunity to alert us of that. But of course, we were really just being consistent with the legislative decision on the fees there, and no concerns were raised by the parties. But in response to the draft final action documents, we did receive one set of corrections from Vranish and Reich on behalf of Fort Collins, and we did incorporate all of those corrections that were identified into the final action documents in your packets. So what we would be looking for here first would be a motion to reopen the record and accept into the record the draft final action documents, the corrections, and the final action documents.
Motion to reopen the hearing. Moved by Barbara, second. Second by Jane, and you're going to abstain? Thank you. So there's a motion to reopen the hearing for the limited purpose of taking these documents into the hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The hearing is open. The documents are introduced. Anything further before we close the hearing?
Unless there are any questions from commissioners, I don't have anything further.
Any questions? I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing. Moved by Joan, seconded by Kevin to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The hearing is closed. Any discussion on the changes that were made to Regulation 82 based on what Tricia presented and the helpful comments from Vrash and Reich? I'll entertain a motion for final approval of the changes to Regulation 82. Kevin makes the motion. Who seconds? Seconded by Jane. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. The motion carries. The Regulation 82 final documents are approved as amended and presented today.
Thank you. And then just noting for your January meeting, there's a draft January agenda in your packets. We are planning to have briefings from all 5 of the Senate Bill 181 agencies in the morning of that meeting. Over the noon hour, we'll have an administrative action hearing to consider changes to the discharge or specific variances policy. And just kind of taking a closer look at the way that we had kind of specified the times on that. We really do, if it's okay with you, want to try to have that over the noon hour. The staff member, Barbara Bennett, who would be carrying that, wants to participate in a groundwater summit that the Water Division and the SB 181 agency staffs are doing in the afternoon. So if we could do that over the noon hour, that would be great for her and the rest of the staff. And then, I certainly, for those of you who are planning your calendars, I would expect that we'll be finished much before 3:30 that day. So if we finish up the administrative action hearing over the noon hour, we'll just have administrators and items, division director items, commissioner items, and Jerry's long report. So.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to the January meeting. In the past, the SB 181 updates have been spread out over 3 or 4 months. And I think it's going to be interesting doing all of them in one day. And hopefully the representatives from the divisions will be present most of the morning. So they'll not only be here to make their presentation, but hear the other presentations. And we're hoping some synergy will come out of that. So thanks for setting that up, Tricia. Other comments or questions about January? Anything on the long-range schedule that people noticed or have questions about? Commissioner items. Fred?
Thanks, Rick. I'm not sure how many of you looked at the Denver Post on Saturday, but there was a really interesting opinion in there about the title was a cleanup that conservationists and miners can agree on. And it was written by the chief executive of Trout Unlimited and also the chief executive of a major silver mining company. We've had Good Samaritan legislation proposed on and off now for years and years, and it's just been difficult to get the parties to all agree on a language. I noted that both Senator Bennett and Senator Gardner are both in favor of Good Samaritan legislation. It's just that we have to get the language right. And Trish looked into the language of this one. He's not on the current one, but he has been supportive of this in the past. So I was just going to bring up that it'd really be nice. Most of the major mining companies out there have dollars to spend. Trout Unlimited clearly is on a mission. And I know our sister agency, DRMS, has been supervising some of these projects. I don't know if it'd carry any weight or not for our commission to have a letter of support for this activity, but I just thought I'd bring it up and see if there's any interest in doing that.
Comments, Tricia?
Yeah, so I mean, my only comment would be this particular iteration of the bill is lacking a number of the bipartisan elements that I think have been noted in the past as fatal flaws when they're not there. So I'm not, unfortunately, not feeling terribly optimistic about this iteration. And also, I think but obviously very supportive of the concept. It'd be great, if this commission wants to go on record either with a letter or resolution supporting it. Probably we'd want to stop short of supporting this particular iteration of the bill and just supportive of Good Samaritan legislation generally. Yeah. Yeah.
Other comments?
I'll just echo Tricia. I think it does make some sense for this commission to weigh in on this issue. And hopefully you can get all of the senators and legislators on the same page with respect to what's appropriate to move forward. They're looking at more of a Colorado, my understanding, that we would be sort of a test bed, if you will, for the rest of the West or the nation on hard rock mining and mine impacts to streams. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see us move forward faster with some initiatives. But as Tricia mentioned, we got to do it smart. You can't just eviscerate the Clean Water Act in order to fix one problem and then create 10 problems down the line. But to me, it does make sense.
I think it makes good sense as well. I'd ask that Patrick and Tricia, you guys talk with Martha Rudolph and say that the commission has expressed interest in Good Samaritan, and if Colorado is interested in taking the lead, we certainly would support that, but with the proviso that it has to be a thorough bill that A, can pass, and B, does not damage our ability to manage clean water. So I think that the timing of when we would do such a thing and exactly what we say is important. So if it takes a month or two to put something together and get the timing right, then I think we'd like to see it on the commission's agenda. Anybody have a differing opinion?
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing it up, Fred. The commissioner items.
Actually, I have a question about the schedule. Is there a February hearing?
At this point, we're not planning on a February meeting. And I think, honestly, the chances of something coming up at this point are pretty low. We've had a good track record of being able to miss that meeting, with the exceptions really only being when there have been ripeness issues about the hearing in June. And given the outcome of the hearing in November and a definitive decision on the one ripeness issue that there was, I think I'm feeling fairly confident, that we'll be able to cancel your February meeting.
Other questions for Tricia? Other commissioner items? Okay, we'll move on to the division director's report.
Thanks, Rick. Just a few items to update you on. I don't have any significant personnel or hiring issues to talk with you about. We are doing quite a bit. I think department-wide, they're looking at hiring some 56 new people. Now, those are mostly vacancies that folks have left and that they're backfilling, but it's taking some time for them to get them complete. So as we get new people in place, we'll certainly keep you apprised of that. A few standing items that I wanted to hit on. First of all, with the optimization of corrosion control technique and Denver Water, we are continuing to work with Denver Water as well as all the other stakeholders with respect to that. We've had several technical meetings as well as stakeholder meetings, and we're continuing to move forward on that. My understanding is Denver Water already has proposed, or it's gone through, I see Dan here, a lowering of the amount of orthophosphate that would be required from 3 down to 2 parts per million, so which is really good. So hopefully we can get some additional studies and continue that trend. But bottom line is we've been working very closely with Denver Water and our other partners, and hope to continue to move forward with that issue. In addition, we've got the Colorado Springs MS4 litigation that has been ongoing. We received a very favorable ruling from the federal bench last month, and we are continuing to work with the city of Colorado Springs in terms of resolving those issues. We're in settlement with them, so there's not a whole lot I can really comment on, other than that we are continuing to work with them and hope to be able to resolve the outstanding issues. But it's complicated. We have both Department of Justice, EPA, City of Colorado Springs, obviously, the Lower Arkansas Water Conservancy District, City and County of Pueblo, and then us. So it's not quite the Palestinians and the Israelis, but it's darn close when it comes to trying to negotiate those terms. So we hope to be able to come up with a resolution as soon as we can. And regardless, we'll be continuing to work with the city on improving their MS4 program. The one item that I'd flagged early on that I wanted to talk about was perfluorinated compounds and the work that we have been engaged in and are engaging in. And Christy, correct me if I get anything wrong. I see Christy Richardson in the audience. First thing that I wanted to note that Ron especially wanted me to point out to you all is that we have been very heavily involved in the review of contaminants of emerging concern generally. As a matter of fact, Ron just got back from an AWWA meeting in Des Moines that was last week, just on CECs. So he has been very involved in it. As a division, we have been very involved in it, and even as a department, we have been partnering with the Solid and Hazardous Waste Division in terms of coming up with, they even have a person identified that will be the lead for CECs and PFCs for the department. So quite a bit of good work that's been ongoing, and it certainly hasn't fallen off our radar. And EPA makes sure and keep it on our radar as well. So we've been working very closely with Region 8 and the headquarters staff on this issue. Excuse me, the thing I wanted to point out is the Colorado School of Public Health is working on a health study in Security and Wide Field. What this entails is blood testing. Now, when they initiate this blood testing, there may be some press generated. I didn't want to catch you all flat-footed if there are press reports that are out there. We are not collecting the blood, correct, Christy? And we will be analyzing the results, but it's largely done through this Colorado School of Public Health. The School of Mines has also been very involved. Dr. Chris Higgins with the School of Mines, I know, has been very heavily involved in coordinating these activities. We maintain a relationship with them, but it's their study. And we will just be working with them on what it actually means. So if you start to see elevated PFC, let's say, elements in people's blood, what does that mean? And that's been our concern kind of from the inception, is trying to define what that means, and then more importantly, defining what it means for drinking water providers in terms of what they need to do. There are also some additional, I'll just call them perfluorinated compounds, CECs, I suppose you could call it, that may be added to the current suite that we are testing. EPA will be providing additional information on that, and as that comes in, we will keep you all informed. But the big thing I just wanted to identify to you all is that this blood testing, again, may cause some concerns or generate some press. And for sure, if you all have questions, filter them through Tricia, and we'll try and get those questions answered. And as we get more information, we'll keep you all apprised as well.
I think it's great that they're doing that study. What was the funding base for that?
My understanding is primarily Centers for Disease Control. Christy, is that right? Money that they're using for that. And I think there was some state dollars as well that went to that effort. But it's primarily CDC that's leading this effort.
Are there companion studies in states like Michigan and other places where the compounds have been very prevalent?
I'm not sure about any companion studies. I do know there are several states that are even looking so far as going towards setting MCLs for these compounds. New Hampshire is the one that Ron had mentioned to me today. Minnesota, I think, has either set or is looking at setting an MCL. The thing I'll point out with those states is they had manufacturing facilities. So they had, I don't want to say a greater need, but they had a more emergent need because of significant amounts of the compounds that were found in drinking water near where those manufacturing facilities were located. We have more of the secondary, at least so far as we know. We haven't discovered any manufacturing facilities that were in Colorado, but they were used obviously on Peterson Air Force Base and other areas for suppression of aircraft fires and electrical fires and that type of thing. We are continuing to work on getting an inventory of where those are located. Christy's got a letter that's going to go out to fire districts, just letting them know in kind of fire speak what we're looking for and that there's some testing that's available for those facilities so that we can get a better idea of what the magnitude of the problem is for Colorado.
Thanks, Patrick. Anything else?
Just had some updates on direct potable reuse work that we've been engaged in as well. We have been engaged over the last year, 2 years practically, in looking at direct potable reuse and how we can expand that throughout the state. We have a funding gap. Clearly, I don't have any dollars that I have specifically allocated or that have been set in the state long bill for me to be able to use for direct potable reuse. That may be something in future legislatures that we want to consider. I know the Colorado Water Congress is very interested in expanding direct potable reuse throughout the state, so perhaps there could be some partnerships there as well. But I don't currently have a funding line for direct potable reuse. However, I do have very qualified staff that are able to look at this, and Tyson Ingalls and Ron and David Danny and several others have been very heavily involved with several companies that are looking at wanting to expand DPR throughout the state. And we have been reviewing it from that standpoint and hope to be able to continue to expand that. But it's funding dependent. But we have, as I mentioned, several members that are on the National Water Research Institute, and CWCB, the Conservation Board, has been involved in that. And we have staff that have been involved in terms of coming up with guidelines that you can use for direct potable reuse and how that could be potentially expanded through the state. We'll continue to do that. Obviously our biggest concern is pathogen removal, but with this talk of CECs, what other things might be going into that we need to be mindful of. So we're taking a more holistic approach to it and certainly keeping our balance of public health and environment very much at the forefront.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Questions for Patrick? Comments? I don't know if we have time for your extensive report now, do we?
We usually leave Tricia enough time for other things, so I have no report.
We'll take a break until 10 o'clock and return for the temporary mods hearing. Thank you.
Well done.
Only one.
Dang, I'm kind of pissed that I forgot my computer today, but I got to tell you what, this is a nice big screen that's on this one.
Is that a department?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry about that. It's only one.
No, it's awesome, man. It's a whole lot easier to read than my other one.
So how are you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
Yeah, hanging in there.
It's just awesome.
Feeling okay?
Feeling great.
Yeah?
Yeah, totally feeling great. I can talk to you about it, Amanda. Yeah. So still working through that. You know, she's got a bitch been attorney.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, Griffith's Law Firm. Familiar with them?
You've hired attorneys.
Didn't want to, but yeah, she did fairly early on. And was hoping it was going to be more of a mediation situation, because I think if we get into mediation, it's pretty straightforward, man. You know, I mean, you look at my income, look at hers or lack thereof, and split everything, and split the house and whatever other assets that we have. It's pretty easy. Kids-wise, we had a parenting plan already done like a month ago, something like that. So that's not even an issue. I mean, the complexity is going to be like my Air Force retirement.
I was going to say,
Calculating it. That's easy too, man. I mean, you look at the total amount of time that I was in, that I accrued, the retirement, the total amount of time that I was married during that, come up with the percentage, apply the percentage to the overall amount, and she gets that, and I get the rest. Pretty easy, I would think. The Air Force disability, or the VA disability, is a little more tricky. I don't know how you divide that as a property.
I wouldn't have any
I mean,
idea.
I'd be comfortable applying the same percentage that you're applying to the Air Force to that VA disability as well, because I mean, there's a chance that VA disability is going to fluctuate, right? I mean, because hopefully, you know, I've been cancer free, and hopefully to be cancer free for a long time, so they'll scale that back because I won't be 100% stable. So whatever that new number is, then hopefully just be able to provide that to her as well.
I suppose para could be complicated.
I
have no idea.
They've got to have done a shitloads of different para cases, right, with state employees getting divorced.
Hundreds of times.
I would imagine. So it's not like a new thing. I mean, it's going to be complicated for me because I don't know how the hell you split that shit up or anything like that. But
I don't either.
And then, between me, the other complicating thing is I may be looking at a job change like January, February time.
Yeah, you mentioned that. You're exploring that. So.
Yeah, it's fruitful. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Go through this.
You know, I held off and getting my own attorney for as long as I possibly could, and one, because I didn't want to spend the money, but number two, I was hopeful we could come to a cheap and easy resolution, and that wasn't going to happen. So I got my own attorney last week.
If we can get everyone to take a seat, I think we'll try to get started. Tricia, are we ready? Okay. Good morning. We are here for a rulemaking hearing regarding consideration of the adoption of new temporary modifications and revisions to current temporary modifications of water quality standards expiring on or before December 31st, 2020, and new site-specific standards that allow for the deletion of current temporary modifications expiring on or before December 31st, 2020. For multiple segments in the classification and numeric standards for Arkansas River Basin, Regulation 32, Upper Colorado River Basin and North Platte River, Regulation 33, San Juan River and Dolores River Basins, Regulation 34, Gunnison and Lower Dolores River Basins, Regulation 35, Rio Grande Basin, Regulation 36, Lower Colorado River Basin, Regulation 37, South Platte River Basin, Laramie River Basin, Republican River Basin, Smoky Hill River Basin, Regulation 38. It is 10 o'clock a.m. on Monday, December 10th, 2018, and we are in the Florence Saban Conference Room at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. My name is Kevin Greer, and I am the hearing chair for this rulemaking hearing. Commissioners present today include David Baumgarten, Barbara Biggs, Joan Card, Jane Clary, Michael Gusev, Rick Hum, Fred Menzer, and Troy Waters. So we'll start with a couple of disclosures from commissioners. First, Commissioner Clary has disclosed that her company has provided services to the Public Service Company of Colorado and Miller Coors on projects unrelated to this rulemaking. Commissioner Clary has disclosed that she has and is currently working with Keep It Clean Partnership in Boulder County, whose membership includes the City of Boulder and City of Lafayette, among others. Commissioner Clary believes she can participate impartially in the hearing and render any decisions necessary based on the evidence presented. However, because she has previously reviewed the selenium data on Boulder Creek, Segment 8 for Coal Creek, she will recuse herself from decisions related to the selenium temporary modification on this segment. Commissioner Menzer has disclosed that he had previously had executive responsibilities with Climax Molybdenum Company. Although he has been retired from Climax for 2 years, Commissioner Menzer previously acted in a consulting capacity for various operations matters for the Henderson mine. However, he has not provided any consulting services in approximately 1 year. Commissioner Menzer believes he could participate objectively on this issue in the hearing. However, in an abundance of caution and to avoid any appearance of bias, Commissioner Menzer will recuse himself from this issue, although he will participate in the remainder of the hearing. This action does not affect Commissioner Menzer's ability to participate in future proceedings involving Climax where no actual or apparent conflict is present. Does anyone have any questions or comments about recusals? Okay. So Rick noted, but now that there are a lot more people here, there is a sign-up sheet over on this table for public comment. So we'll take public comment following all the testimony and prior to the division's wrap-up. So if you can sign up between now and probably noon, I think that will probably work. And so just a little housekeeping. Most of you know this, but for parties testifying, when you come to the table, please introduce yourselves, who you represent, and swear to tell the truth. And I think with that, we can get started, Tricia. So we'll start with the division. Yeah. So 15 minutes for the division.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Blake Bier. I'm with the Standards Unit. I swear to tell the truth.
Stephanie Baker with the Standards Unit, and I also swear to tell the truth.
Josie Madison with the Standards Unit. Turn on my mic.
You heard me.
Next time.
Great. Thank you, Commission. I'd also like to thank the fairly full House this morning. We have a lot of parties to the temporary modifications rulemaking hearing. Most years don't go quite as smoothly as they did this year. And so I'd like to thank both our staff and the parties for working with us since July to make this a fairly smooth rulemaking hearing. And we have a pretty limited number of outstanding issues in front of you today. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our proposal. And Stephanie Baker.
Okay, so the purpose of today's hearing is to review the status of all temporary modifications that are set to expire between now and December 2020 and determine whether they should be modified, extended, or eliminated. This hearing also offers the opportunity to consider any new temporary modifications, but there are no proposals for new temporary modifications this year. And just for your reference, the division has submitted our consolidated proposal, so you can use that to kind of follow along our presentation. And that reflects all the proposals that have been agreed to so far. So a series of conditions have to be met before the Commission can consider adopting a temporary modification. The first one is in-stream non-attainment of the water quality standard. The second is that there needs to be a discharger on the segment that has a demonstrated or predicted compliance problem with the standard. And then there also has to be one of two kinds of uncertainty with the standard. And the first is uncertainty regarding the appropriate standard to protect the uses. And then the other is the uncertainty regarding the extent to which existing quality is a result of natural or irreversible human-induced conditions. So this is kind of an and/or situation because sometimes we have both conditions present. And then also to apply or recommend or propose a temporary modification, you have to have a lot of supporting information, and this can include data for the effluent and in-stream where we have it, a plan to resolve the uncertainty in the standard and the temp mod, a justification for the expiration date or the narrative or numeric operative value, and all those details. So for about half of the temporary modifications that the division made recommendations on, we're proposing no action, and that's mainly because of information submitted by all the parties. So in May, the division sent out a memo to all dischargers on segments with a temp mod expiring in the next 2 years and requested an update about their progress on the temporary modifications. And this long list is all the parties that participated and provided us an update early on, and we use the information in their updates to make our recommendations. So we really appreciated all the parties participating. And this early participation also allows us to make the right recommendations earlier in the hearing process. So we were able to make proposals in the notice based on this information instead of waiting until responsive or rebuttal to make a firm recommendation. So for about half, like I said, we're proposing no action. And you can see all of these in the consolidated proposal. I won't go through each of them. And there's also a couple of other categories of changes. There are a few temp mods that are set to expire between now and June 2019, which is when changes in this hearing will become effective. And for all the ones in that first lump of segments, the compliance issue has either been resolved through compliance schedules or changes in treatment, or they are resolved in the June 2018 ARCRIO rulemaking hearing. So we're recommending to allow those to expire and to delete them from the table just so that there's not old temp mods lingering in the tables. And then the second category are temp mods that we're proposing early deletion. So there were a few, you can see a few arsenic temporary modifications that were actually adopted in error in a previous rulemaking or maybe multiple rulemaking hearings. And so we're recommending getting those out of there so that there's not a bad temp mod. And then for a few selenium temp mods and then one copper temp mod, there's not progress being made to resolve the uncertainty in the standard, so we're recommending to delete those. And we did reach out to all parties that were affected by these proposals, and we didn't hear any complaints. So in summary, there's no outstanding issues that we're aware of related to any of our proposals. And the exception may be related to Blue River 14, which you'll hear from a lot of the parties after our presentation.
Okay, so we wanted to give you guys a brief update on arsenic issues because that covers such a large proportion of the temporary modifications. This will largely be, it should sound familiar. We gave a similar date at the regulation 3337 hearing a couple weeks ago. So just to recap, in 2013, the commission adopted arsenic temporary modifications in instances where there was a predicted compliance issue due to a discharge to waters with a water supply and fish ingestion uses. And part of the widespread issue here is due to high occurrence of natural arsenic in Colorado waters, and also paired with the challenges in treatment to the level of the current standard, which is 0.02 for that. Oops. So this current suite of temporary modifications for arsenic is set currently to expire in December of 2021. So as a part of the normal review cycle, the division will be reviewing these in detail in 2019. We're also working to possibly revise the arsenic standard. And for that, we'll need to wait for the EPA IRIS risk assessment, which will inform the cancer slope factor for the input. We're also waiting to see how the Idaho standards promulgation shakes out. But at the same time, we're very cognizant of EPA's and others' concerns about the widespread implementation of these temporary modifications. And so we're diligently working towards informing the uncertainty where we can. So we're looking at investigating where we can make progress on inputs that may be specific to Colorado, such as the bioaccumulation and ratio of inorganic and organic arsenic. We're also looking at existing water quality conditions for arsenic and looking into sources of arsenic. We're also considering whether it's possible to reduce the scope of segments where these temporary modifications are applied. So we're looking specifically at effluent levels of arsenic and seeing if there are areas where compliance isn't predicted. We're also coordinating with the permit section to evaluate implementation options because we recognize the challenges due to the potential disparity between the future standard and both treatment technology limits and also just quantification of arsenic. So that said, we're going to target a detailed update to our plan in the 2019 temporary modifications hearing. And at that time, we'll also consider whether it's appropriate to propose extending any of these temporary modifications and provide justification for any horizon that's proposed.
Great. We also heard from our esteemed colleagues at EPA about some general concerns. Most of these aren't new, and I give Dave a bit of a hard time, but we really are paying attention to these, and the commission, I think, has had a really good discussion the last couple of years on some of the different topics that we're pursuing under the Temp Mods program and how do we make it better, how do we apply Temp Mods more effectively, and how do we make sure that that application really is targeted and that we're making water quality improvement as quickly as possible. So I think in general, we've addressed many of these, but just to go through them, to call them out here today, and you will likely hear from some other parties about this as well. There are concerns from EPA and others that temporary modifications don't encourage water quality improvement during their duration. And so we've been looking at ways to address all these, and I'll talk about those in a second. Also limiting the duration of temporary modifications, maybe a hard cap. Defining existing uses consistent with the federal definition. This is something that the 49 other states do. It's a nice metric for Dave to remember. It's easy. It's just us doing it differently. And improving policies and procedures for selecting and implementing the operative values and what we mean by status quo, which we'll hear and discuss at length today. But again, this is not necessarily a new issue, that we have just a good example in front of us from which to kind of chew on today, but again, not a new issue. So as Josie said, As Josie said, we're working with permits pretty much on a day-to-day basis, with arsenic and other site-specific issues, but with temporary modifications in particular, looking at ways to use some of their tools and calculations and kind of look at how they normally implement both permit limits in general for WQ bells or for anti-degradation, but also for temporary modifications, and see if we can kind of align the temp mods program with the tools that permits is already using, or find creative ways to streamline this and make it so that we can actually kind of measure that status quo and figure out how we actually make sure that we're improving water quality as soon as possible during the term of a temporary modification. We also feel that a duration cap might not be the most effective regulatory mechanism. It's pretty tough. As you all know, we talk a lot about baseline dates or all these other dates that are in regulation, or hard caps. Things come up, site conditions change, progress goes slower or faster than we expect. And so we have some concerns about whether or not that might be the most effective regulatory mechanism, but we do agree that the duration of temporary modification should be limited to, as Josie said, with arsenic, really the only kind of horizon that we can justify. We're not trying to kind of extend these out inadvertently into the future without a good basis. And so looking again at how we can maybe work on making more progress sooner and limiting the duration of temporary modifications, but maybe not putting that in reg. But we'll have to have further discussion about that. Also looking at many of these changes, again, are not in the purview of today's hearing or in the scope of today's hearing, but this is more kind of a heads up for potential changes that may come up in the context of Regulation 31 in the future, i.e. in the 2021 Basic Standards Rulemaking hearing. And so another part of this is just nomenclature. If you open up Regulation 31, we sit down with our group every once in a while and dig into these issues. And if you look at the word use in Regulation 31, you will quickly get confused. There's existing use, there's actual use, there's potential future use, there's classified use, lots of different flavors of use. And so one of the ones that we don't have, as I mentioned earlier, is this existing use component the EPA uses for much of its program and other states use for much of their program. And so we'll be looking for that kind of inconsistent nomenclature that we can hopefully clean up in the next go round to make all of our lives easier. There's a lot of terms of art that we've all made over the years. And I think maybe at one point we knew what they all meant. I think these days, even if we know what they mean, we're not exactly sure how we implement them or what to do with them. And so looking at some of these terms like status quo, like existing use, that have caused us problems, and seeing if we can clarify those and streamline the program and make it more defensible.
Okay, so like Blake mentioned earlier, this was a pretty quiet hearing, and a lot of that is thanks to all the parties participating early and working with the division and CPW and EPA to resolve outstanding issues. Both Blackhawk and Blackhawk Central City Sanitation District and Plum Creek Water Reclamation Authority had proposals that they included in the notice, but after discussing with the agencies, they did withdraw those proposals. And the division just wants to express our gratitude for everyone participating and working with us throughout this process. So with that, we recommend the commission adopt the division's consolidated proposal. And we'll take any questions.
Rick, looks like you have a question.
No, I'd like to say thank you. It does take both sides to find agreement. So the work the division has done with all the parties to come to a reasonable conclusion on so many of these, really appreciate your good work on it.
Anyone else? All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Plum Creek.
Good morning. My name is Justine Beckstrom. I'm with Vernish and Reich, and I'm here today on behalf of Plum Creek Water Reclamation Authority, and I swear to tell the truth.
This is Wes Martin, Plum Creek Water Reclamation Authority, and I swear to tell the truth.
Have summary slides. Okay, well, we have a pretty brief presentation for you. As you heard, there are really no outstanding issues. for Plum Creek in this rulemaking. So Plum Creek Upper South Platte Segment 10A in the Regulation 38 South Platte River Basin has temporary modifications for manganese and temperature. Plum Creek has been implementing its plans to resolve uncertainty related to these two temporary modifications. Parties agree that the manganese temporary modification should be allowed to expire June 30th, 2019. And Plum Creek agrees with the division's proposal of no action on the temperature temporary modification, which expires December 31st, 2020. We had received some questions in responsives from the agencies about our temperature collection plan and the data that we've received and from that monitoring program, and that was included in our rebuttal and attached Exhibit 3. We've continued data collection at 2 of the locations that are shown on this map, and we have begun reviewing the division's temperature feasibility guidance, which is quite long. So these graphs that were included in Exhibit 3 show that there have been some daily maximum water temperature exceedances of the WS1 standard during the summer, but there have been no weekly average temperature exceedances upstream of Plum Creek. And then downstream, there are generally lower temperatures than the upstream. No exceedances of the DM WS1 standards. There have been exceedances of the WS weekly average temperature standard downstream during the fall shoulder seasons. With that, we would recommend that the Commission take no action on the manganese temporary modification for Upper South Platte Segment 10A, or as you heard from the division, just allow it to expire, and that the Commission take no action on the temperature temporary modification on Segment 10A.
Thank you. Barbara?
In a year so this last year was an extremely dry year, and I know Plum Creek was dry on many occasions. I'm assuming the extreme low flows are one of the contributing factors to the temperature exceedances.
That is very possible.
Anyone else? Well, thank you guys very much. And next up is Blackhawk for 10 minutes.
Good morning. My name is David Keeter. I'm here on behalf of Holsinger Law for the City of Blackhawk and the Blackhawk Central City Sanitation District.
Excuse me. I'm Jessica Toro. Jessica Toro.
Punch the button.
Jessica.
Okay, go.
Jessica Toro with Leonard Rice Engineers for Blackhawk Central City Sanitation District.
And as the division mentioned, Blackhawk and the sanitation district support the division's proposal of no action on the cadmium temporary modification for Clear Creek Segment 13B and allowing that temporary modification to expire at the end of the year. We would like to thank the division, EPA, and Parks and Wildlife for working with us on the basis and purpose language that's included in the consolidated proposal, and which acknowledges that there's continuing uncertainty regarding this segment, notwithstanding that there's not currently a compliance issue with regard to the sanitation district's facility. We also support the division's proposal of no action on the temperature temporary modification for that same segment with the expiration date of December 31st, 2020. That expiration date will allow for the potential development of a proposal as part of the 2020 basin review process. And we expect to involve the division and other interested parties as we develop any possible proposal for that for next year's informational hearing. And with that, we'd like to thank you for your time and can answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have questions, comments? All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have the City of Boulder for 5 minutes.
Brett Lenefelsa, City of Boulder. I swear to tell the truth.
And Emily Halverson for the City of Boulder, and I swear to tell the truth.
So first, just wanted to say that we appreciate the work that the division's done and their continued support for the temporary modification for temperature for Boulder Creek, which runs through December of 2020. And the city does support the division's proposal. In addition, the city appreciates the opportunity to maybe take a few minutes here just to provide the commission with a brief update on addressing uncertainty around temperature. Just kind of for background, Boulder Creek Segment 9, which the city's wastewater treatment facility discharges to, is a Tier 2 stream. And we've typically been seeing some problems from the compliance side during the transition period from summer to winter. So that's going from November into December. So outlined in the city's responsive pre-hearing statement, the city's focused on a number of things for the past number of years to try and address this uncertainty and look at other potential options for what we might be able to do to address some of our potential compliance related issues. And we thought it'd be helpful to just maybe take a couple minutes to give you a brief update. So going back to 2016 at the basic standards hearing, the city was part of that, where there was a lot of discussion around the shoulder season, and no real definitive kind of conclusions came out of that as to what's going to work for everybody, because Boulder is obviously not the only community that has this issue. Also in 2016, the city was participating in and provided funding for the temperature technical advisory committee work, which was through the Colorado Wastewater Utility Council. In 2016-2017, the city of Boulder did a pretty extensive expansion of their temperature monitoring in Boulder Creek. We have sites above and also added multiple locations down below the outfall just to see what temperature does after it leaves the point of discharge, and then after what we'd consider to be kind of our point of compliance at the end of the mixing zone. So we're currently in the process of looking at that and just seeing, you know, how temperature acts through the season further downstream. Also in 2016-2017, the city completed an evaluation of just kind of looking at correlations of air temperature to the wastewater that's coming in to the wastewater facility as it passes through and goes out. And there's some interesting, but probably not surprising kind of results that came out of that. But what we have seen is years where we have a very warm, maybe October, November, even going into December, we do see that there's potential for more compliance related issues there. We have warmer influent to the wastewater facility and warmer effluent coming out. And then other years where we have colder periods, you know, we see the opposite. So it seems like there is a direct correlation with ambient air temperature. And also in 2017, we completed a pretty robust evaluation of any what we consider hot or warm water discharges to the city's sanitary system. That might be from industry, commercial, those type of things. And we didn't find anything that was really that outstanding or large volume, and kind of based on, you know, how the city has their infrastructure set up and being able to kind of cordon off maybe like a residential area, it seems like most of the warm water, you know, contributions are coming from the residential areas. So moving forward, the city is currently in the process of reviewing the recent report let out by the division for looking at temperature treatment alternatives. So appreciate all the effort there that put into that document. So those are things that we'll certainly take into consideration. And also the city understands that there's a study going on too with Colorado State University, or I think it's going to be starting fairly soon, which our understanding is they're going to be focusing more on kind of, I guess, the Johnny Darter and the Tier 1, which is a Tier 1 species. So we've expressed in our responsive pre-hearing statement that we'd be interested in participating and providing funding for, if we wanted to expand that study to look at more Tier 2 species as well. And I think the response back from the division was they maybe wanted to get through this first study and then go from there. But that is something we'd definitely be interested in being part of as we move forward. All right. And take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Thanks for the update. Does anyone have questions? Joan?
Hi, thank you. Just a curiosity, you know, it makes you wonder if a public information campaign would be useful. I mean, I think about water quality all the time, but I don't think about a long hot shower in November affecting fish. And so I think it'd be really interesting to see if a a public education campaign would be effective, or have you ever heard of such a thing or thought of such a thing?
I don't know if I've heard of anything. We certainly thought of it. I'm not sure how well that would go across, especially when we're starting to come into winter. But it is Boulder. You're absolutely right. And everybody says that. It's like, but the city of Boulder and other communities are very energy conscious as well. So we have thought of how you can tie that maybe to the energy aspect of things and kind of turning on your hot water heater a little bit, or what the shower impacts are, on something like fish in Boulder Creek. So I think there's definitely opportunity there. So those are some of the things that we're at least considering.
Well, thank you very much. I think everyone else is good. Next up will be Tri-State.
Good morning. I'm Gabe Rax with Fredish and Reich, representing Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association, and I swear to tell the truth. I'll give another moment for that handout of the summary slide to go by, because I might be finished before it makes its way around. You don't mind? Okay. So this is concerning the temporary modification to the copper standard for Dry Creek, which is the Dry Creek that is Lower Colorado Segment 4E, not to be confused with the 50 or so other dry creeks around the state. Tri-State has been executing its plan to resolve uncertainty, collecting data for parameters required to calculate standards using the copper biotic ligand model. And that collection has been aimed at getting to the data requirements that were recommended in the division's draft guidance for the use of the BLM that was developed, I think, back in 2015, which includes a minimum of 24 samples for all of the parameters collected over the course of at least 2 years and representing adequate seasonal variability. So this has been a challenging stream to deal with. Intermittent flows created problems finding water to sample. So in 2017 and 2018, Tri-State focused its efforts on collecting after discharge from the facility or after precipitation. But at the same time, Tri-State has also been reducing flow from a change in operations to reduce the duration and frequency of discharge. So while reducing discharge has provided some benefits, it also produces less water to sample. In addition, 2018 had far below normal precipitation, unfortunately for many, including the Tri-State's sample collection efforts. And then after data was collected and analyzed, it turned out that several parameters, including ions, several ions and other parameters that are used for the biotic ligand model, were outside the range of acceptable values in the model. And so I didn't put that on here, but the next steps that Tri-State's doing, Tri-State met with the division, EPA, and CPW back in October to talk about these issues with the data. We have another meeting coming up in January, going through the data with an even finer toothed comb, and in order to work out whether there's a proposal that would be feasible to make in the near future, or whether more time is needed, unfortunately, in order to collect data. But that would, either way, that would be proposed in the Regulation 37 rulemaking hearing for next year. And so at this time, Tri-State agrees with the division and recommends no action on the copper temporary modification for Colorado River, Lower Colorado River Segment 4E. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. Does anyone have questions for Tri-State? Okay, Thanks. And now moving on to Public Service Company of Colorado.
Good morning. I'm Christine Johnston with Xcel Energy Public Service Company of Colorado, and I swear to tell the truth.
And I am still Gabe Rax, and I still swear to tell the truth.
Okay, so we also have just a quick update for you on the temporary modification for sulfate and chloride that is on the Upper South Platte Segment 15. We support the division's proposal to take no action on the temporary modification that expires December 31st, 2020. And we have also been working through our plan to try to resolve the temporary modifications that the commission adopted in the 2015 South Platte Basin hearing. And that first bullet should say the responsive pre-hearing statement listed all of our the many activities that we've completed since 2015 or have investigated and found no good solution yet. These two parameters have proven to be quite challenging to treat and deal with. And so what I wanted to give you today is just kind of where we are now. We are still looking at whether a discharger specific variance makes sense for these two parameters. For our Cherokee facility that discharges to segment 15. We're also looking at the potential of a discharge to the Metro Wastewater Height facility that's just located right across the river, basically, from Cherokee. And with that would come no further discharge to the South Platte River. And then the other option that we're looking at and investigating is on-site treatment. And again, there would likely be no discharge to the South Platte. We would do all of the treatment through evaporation ponds or other kinds of it, basically an RO type system. Either options are pretty pricey. So we're taking some time to determine which route that we will go. And we expect to complete our evaluation during the first quarter of 2019. And we will talk with the division about where we do intend to go. We have had a couple of meetings with the division to talk about the discharger specific variants. And one of those visits included a site visit out to our Cherokee facility to kind of explain what we do and how we do it there. And then you'll hear from, the commission will hear from us then at the South Platte Issues Formulation hearing next year. And then again in the temp mods review hearing in December 2019. So that's our update, and I'll take any questions if you have them.
Rick?
Thanks, Christine. I do have a question. Maybe I should remember this, but have you investigated the source of the chloride and sulfate?
Yes, we have. That's been one of our primary things that we've been looking at. And it comes in through our source water, and we get raw water from a number of sources. And the fact that we circulate our cooling water, so it essentially, whatever's in that comes in gets cycled up, and that's what we discharge.
So it gets more concentrated as you reuse it?
Right, right. And there's also, particularly for sulfate, we have found we use sulfuric acid in our cooling tower for pH control. That's pretty standard across the industry as to how people control pH in their cooling towers. There are some steam electric facilities that use CO2. And we did try that at Cherokee, but it just didn't work. It required a lot of CO2, and they couldn't keep the pH in the range that was needed. So it didn't work. But we did try that late last year. We looked at that. The other thing that we're looking at now is seeing what we can do to reduce the cycles of cooling water. To try to bring that concentration down, but then we also have to watch our temperature because the water then kind of flows through the system too fast. So there's kind of a balancing thing that we need to look at.
Have you investigated other source water?
Well, one of the very important source waters is Denver reuse water. And that's under a contract that requires Xcel to use it. It is important that Xcel continue to use that source during the winter because it is, I believe, the only customer for Denver water in the winter for that facility. And so it would create some very difficult problems for the facility, for the Denver water facility, if Xcel were to stop taking that water. And then the other, I believe, is just a matter of the water rights are for Clear Creek water, and that's the source that they have.
Are there any other questions?
Is the levels of chloride and sulfate in the reclaimed water higher than in your other source water?
They're about the same. All three sources are about the same. So they're generally under the water quality standard.
Yeah, if there were a larger difference, it would be more feasible to maybe manage the use of sources in order to try to get the right blend. But unfortunately, they're about the same.
Yeah, and time of year really that plays a lot into the water quality that we see is just time of year. And we've looked at timing our take of certain sources, but because of water rights or contractual obligations, it's a little hard to do some of that. And we're finding it doesn't make a whole lot of difference.
Well, thank you very much for the update.
Good job on demonstrating uncertainty.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. And next up, we've got the City of Fort Collins.
Gabe Rax with Radish and Reich, representing the City of Fort Collins. So, City of Fort Collins supports no action on the temporary modifications to segments, Cache La Poudre segments 11 and 12. So up here is a map showing where those are. Segment 11 is from Shield Street in Fort Collins to the confluence with the Box Elder. And in yellow, there are indications of the two Fort Collins wastewater treatment plants. The very small one in the middle of segment 11 is the Mulberry facility, a 6 MGD facility. And then the larger yellow splotch very close to the Box Elder confluence is the Drake water reclamation facility, which is a 23 MGD facility. And because it discharges to segment 11 just upstream of segment 12. Segment 12 is also of concern. And it also has a discharge point to the Fossil Creek Reservoir inlet ditch. So during the temporary modification, Fort Collins has been undertaking a number of studies, including the evaluation of temperature reduction alternatives. The city has reviewed multiple technologies, and at this time is narrowing its focus on cooling towers and heat exchangers as primary candidates for further analysis. In addition, additional studies are underway by the city with expected completion in early 2019. First of all is analysis of the available temperature data in order to estimate its WQ bells. Back in 2015, the city did not have in-stream winter temperature data, and so this analysis will be important to fully flesh out the feasibility of alternatives. And then in addition, the city is evaluating aquatic life data for which the Cache La Poudre is relatively rich to evaluate temperature effects. Finally, the city is reviewing the feasibility study that was released by the division on November 11th. In addition, the city did have responses to EPA's general comments on temporary modifications, noting that the general suggestions for a change to the program are not at issue with in this hearing, as noted by the division. Although we do appreciate hearing those comments and the opportunity to discuss them. For temperature in particular, the warm water temperature standards were adopted at a time when we had very little information, insufficient scientific information about the temperature needs of warm water species, and little to no information about feasibility and sustainability of implementing those standards. And so these temperature temp mods have been important to allow for the development of necessary information to guide decision-making into the future. And so based on that experience, we think that the idea of a time cap for temporary modifications would be particularly problematic because every parameter is different, every stream is different, and every facility is different. And so they should have appropriate durations for the individual circumstances. So to conclude, though, with the issues that are at issue in this hearing, the City of Fort Collins agrees with the division's recommendation for no action on the temporary modifications for temperature on Cache-La-Poudre segments 11 and 12. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. Jane?
Thanks, Gabe. So my question relates to the aquatic life study that's going on this segment, and is that being coordinated with, is CSU doing that, or is it coordinated with the CSU study more broadly?
So that's being completed by a contractor for the City of Fort Collins who has been working on aquatic life data collection on the river for multiple years. And really it's a different, so this is not a laboratory study. This is to evaluate the condition of aquatic life in the stream. And so short answer is I don't know how much sort of cross information there would be on that.
All right. Thanks, Gabe.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Metro Wastewater Reclamation District.
Gabe Rax with Radish and Reich for the Metro Wastewater Reclamation District. And with me at the table are Jennifer Robinette and Jim Dorsch, who will be available to answer any questions and will swear in themselves in.
I'm Jennifer Robinette, Metro Wastewater Reclamation District. I swear to tell the truth.
Jim Dorsch from Metro Wastewater Reclamation District. I swear to tell the truth.
So Metro supports no action on the temporary modification for Upper South Platte segment 15. During the temporary modification, Metro has been working on a number of initiatives on temperature, and one of them is sustainably reducing effluent temperature through heat recovery. In March of 2017, Metro and the National Western Center Executive Oversight Committee entered into an MOU to jointly work on the redevelopment of the National Western Stock Show Complex and the Denver Coliseum. Through this work, the parties have focused on installing a heat recovery system on the new campus that would serve as a district energy system. And what are the reasons for that? There are regional benefits to a heat recovery system, including those for water quality, and Metro's need to reduce its effluent temperature. Water is hot because humans like to use hot water for showers, maybe need to do dishes and laundry. But that is a resource. That heat is a resource, the thermal energy that can be used. And that heat recovery is a sustainable way to beneficially reuse the thermal energy in the wastewater, which can help the campus, the National Western campus meet their net zero energy goals and reduce the district's energy effluent temperature at the same time. So there's a unique opportunity here. This month, Metro and the City and County of Denver are working to finalize an IGA that would solidify the use of heat recovery on the National Western Center campus. And in addition, with that in place, then Metro is exploring other opportunities for heat recovery projects that could provide heat for buildings in or near downtown Denver, focusing on redevelopment projects. But all of these projects take time to build partnerships and find opportunities for significant heat recovery through development and redevelopment projects. And so the temporary modification has allowed Metro time to build these partnerships in order to be able to move forward. In addition, Metro has completed many other activities, including in-stream habitat improvements, working on its temperature mitigation alternatives analysis, other special temperature studies, participation in the or completion of a South Platte River fish species study by the University of Wyoming, and also funding for the Colorado State University and CPW Johnny Darter study that's started. And this habitat improvement work includes the locations on the slide there, including habitat improvements in the South Platte at 88th in cooperation with Urban Drainage, which was completed under an MOU with the division, CPW, and EPA for phased habitat improvements to support the dissolved oxygen standard. But the site was selected or was included consideration of temperature reductions because of the location about 3.5 miles downstream of the discharge. So there were modifications to turn a wide shallow run to create a side channel riffle pool that's anticipated to provide enhanced cooling and mixing in a cooler refuge. And also, the district is designing in-stream improvements in the area of 74th Avenue in order to enhance mixing with cooler water coming in from Clear Creek. They've budgeted $1.2 million for habitat improvements at that location. And since 2009, the district has spent over approximately $5 million in studies and on-the-ground projects. Finally, Metro is also evaluating the division's feasibility study released on November 11th. And so Metro recommends or agrees with the division's recommendation of no action on the temporary modifications for Upper South Platte Segment 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan?
Thank you. Another curiosity, without holding you to it, obviously, what is the general timeline for the evaluating the heat recovery program and getting that in place? Like, are we talking 1 to 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? And obviously, it's just a curiosity if you don't want to answer. That's fine.
Evaluating. Well, and so, yeah, I think it's difficult to put a time on it. I'm looking over here and I think that the district is I guess what I would say is trying to put itself in a position to be able to propose an appropriate solution going forward in the relatively near future, 1 to 2 years. But the timeline on that does include projects that are more near term, but also relies on some further term. And I believe some time would be required in order to really nail down the amount of cooling that would be realized.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those complicated issues where when you're working with another organization on building buildings and contractors and not knowing where that timeline is going to end up and how it's going to mesh with getting in the heat recovery, it becomes very complicated, but it's probably several years.
Thank you. Well, I think I speak for everyone saying that, like, this seems like a more sustainable way to try to meet our temperature goals, and appreciate you guys being as big as you are, being able to actually try this, see if we can figure out a solution that works on multiple levels. Thanks.
Thank you.
So next up is Centennial.
My name is Julie Tonetti. I'm from Centennial Water and Sanitation District, and I swear to tell the truth. And this is Gabe again. Centennial serves the Highlands Ranch area with a service area of approximately 100,000 residents. Centennial operates the Marcy Gulch Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is an 8.48 MGD wastewater treatment plant discharging to the Marcy Gulch in segment 16G, approximately 0.8 miles upstream of the confluence with the South Platte. Centennial supports the division's proposal to take no action on the temporary modification for segment 14 and 16G and the chloride temporary modification for segment 14. Centennial appreciates the responses from the division and CPW to questions about the warm water temperature study being done by CSU. Also, Centennial is reviewing the division's temperature feasibility study, which was made available on November 11th. The process on temperature illustrates why the Commission should continue to evaluate temporary modification durations on a case-by-case basis. Dischargers and the division are making progress towards resolving the uncertainty about the appropriate temperature standards and the feasibility of meeting those standards. Studies are underway now or have just been made available. It will take time to evaluate these studies and apply the information to specific sites and facilities. It would be unfortunate to set a cap on temporary modification durations that cannot account for the progress being made and the complexity of the issues. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Climax Molybdenum Company.
Good morning, members of the commission. I'm Jerry Reich with Branish and Reich. On behalf of Climax, with me is Vicky Sapala, the general manager of the Climax Mine. Dr. Jim Finley with Stantec Consultants, and Ray Lazouk, who's the environmental manager at the Climax Mine. And we all swear to tell the truth.
Swear to tell the truth.
So the issue at issue here is the current condition temporary modification for molybdenum on 10 Mile Creek in segment 14, which is the lower portion of 10 Mile Creek. Go ahead with the next slide, please. Which covers the background of this issue. I won't go through the background. The commission, I think, is pretty familiar with it. The temporary modification was adopted initially in June of 2014 because of the uncertainty associated with the underlying standard that was adopted at the same time of 210 micrograms per liter for molybdenum. In this hearing, the division recommends no change to the temporary modification, nor does any other party recommend a change to the temporary modification. There was an issue raised in this hearing as to whether the status quo is being maintained. Climax believes that it is being maintained, and Climax was pleased to see in the division's consolidated statement of basis and purpose that the division agrees that status quo is maintained. I'll turn it over now to Vicky Sapala to discuss a timeline of activities that's taken place over the years and what Climax has specifically done to preserve the status quo. Pardon? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Justine. On the slide that you see, Climax's progress to on the plan and to resolve the uncertainty. We're pleased to report to you that the 2-generation molybdenum toxicity study that was a key factor in our hearing last year has been peer-reviewed and has been published as of last week. So thank you.
Good morning to the Commission. My name is Vicky Sepala. I'm General Manager of the Climax Mine and a resident of Summit County. As this slide shows, this is a period that goes back to the 80s, and it's a period in which in part was the mine was inactive and then resumed activity towards 2012. And I believe we have another slide. Yes. I mainly wanted to focus in on what we have been doing since the beginning of 2018, in which we engaged Stantec to help us identify our sources and to help us examine options to manage those sources. And in particular, I wanted to highlight that, I'm going to move this over a little bit more, that the Climax mine has two forms, primary forms of molybdenum ore. There's a sulfide-bearing ore and an oxide-bearing ore. And one of the sources that has been determined to produce elevated molybdenum in our discharge is our oxidized material. Once we recognized this, we engaged Stantec to help us confirm that suspicion, which they did. And we have modified our mine plan as an action that we could immediately take because in our 2019 and 2020 mine plans, we were scheduled to encounter more of this oxidized material. But through our mine planning process, we have now found another mine planning option that delays the mining of that material until we can conclude in next year the standard and also evaluate further the options to manage that material more effectively. This resulted in higher costs to our mining plans for the next 2 to 3 years as we have to move more non-mineralized material to uncover additional ore sources as we mine through the 2019 and 2020 timeframes, which also results in lower molybdenum being produced in this same period. This mine planning change is already in effect and will be monitoring as we go through the coming period. Our goal is to maintain the status quo, and it's our ability to delay mining of this higher oxidized material for a temporary period of time in which we hope to resolve the issues and to further discover the options that we have in front of us. Our goal is to continue to mine and be in compliance with the water quality standards and that are based on the best scientific information. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Finley, who will discuss Stantec's work concerning the list of various issues that were included in the Commission's January 2018 Statement of Basis and Purpose.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So Stantec was engaged earlier this year to work on the elements of the Statement of Basis and Purpose that the Commission specified or outlined in a previous hearing. We split it into 2 phases because while most of us have been working in the mining industry for a long time, we haven't necessarily worked at Climax, and Climax is a complicated site. So we needed a bit of time to bring our team up to speed so that we understood how the facility operated and some of the issues at hand.
And that was the first phase. But while we were at that, we spent that time also investigating source identification. And that's where there clearly are existing sources on site. Most of them are related to historical facilities. And most of those result in drainage that is currently being captured and managed. The other source, as Vicki mentioned, is this oxide ore that is in the future. And the extent of that as a source became known principally through the work that we conducted and resulted in the change in the mine plan, at least on a temporary basis. So the second phase of our work was really to go into much more detail, again, the elements of the statement of basis and purpose. And what we've done is we've looked at not just small things, but actually pretty major changes. Is it possible to change the mine water management system, for example, take better advantages of blending? I mean, there's a huge snowpack that enters the system every year, right? Is there a way to take advantage of that? What's the possibility for optimizing the water treatment systems that are currently in place, right? There's 2 water treatment systems at the facility. How can we reorganize those, or are there ways to reorganize those to better optimize the entire water treatment process as well as address molybdenum? So that's been the focus of the second phase of our work. We're about 2/3 of the way finished with that and anticipate issuing a report in the first quarter of 2019. Next slide, please. So one of the things that I think is important, and I'm sure everybody understands this, but there's variability in molybdenum concentrations at the outfall, and then also in the stream farther downstream from the outfall, a consequence of multiple things. And I think the 3 major things are listed here: timing and amount of dilution water. So if you look at actually the NRCS basin reports from 2012 until 2018, there's a remarkable amount of variation in snowpack, and everybody here probably knows that, where we've had snow well into June for some years, and snow has been gone in May. Actually, March is the new April, and if you're a backcountry skier anymore. So the world is changing in that regard, and that water that comes into the system has a significant influence on the measured concentrations in the stream. So that kind of variation exists outside of any kind of control that Climax has on how the water is delivered. The other has to do with variations in the ore mineralogy, and that goes to the oxide sulfide ore question, and the way that the mining activity is taking place, and kind of the physical reality of where those deposits exist in the mine facility, as well as the timing and distribution of water use in the mine as driven by lots of other factors, right? They're a headwater mine, and in an over-appropriated drainage, and they have water rights limitations and obligations that they need to meet. So that's another kind of constraint on just what kinds of flexibility exist. I guess the point is that these factors all combine. Each of them have a range of variability associated with them, and that range of variability in combination translates into a huge combination of outcomes that are possible, that manifest as measured concentrations in the stream. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. I'm going to turn it back to Jerry.
Thank you. Before Dr. Finley discusses the statistical analysis that he did with respect to status quo, I'd like to address the issue of status quo and say that it's our position that status quo is a situation that existed at the time that the temporary modification was adopted, namely an active mining operation, not a inactive, closed down mining operation. So Climax believes that the appropriate period of record for consideration is the period between 2013 and 2018.
Okay, so I think next slide. So I appreciate the input that the division provided in terms of statistical analysis. Statistics are a bit of a slippery slope sometimes. They can be quite informative and quite complicated at the same time. So I'm not going to go into a huge amount of detail, but I just wanted to share a couple of things. One is, when we were asked the question, how would you look at these data in terms of answering two questions? Do they meet the intent of current condition? And what do they have to say about maintenance of status quo? Well, one of the things that we thought of was, again, going back to the variability and the factors and the combination of things that can influence measured concentrations that are actually outside of the purview of Climax. We thought of this Shewhart Q-sum control chart. It's an analysis that essentially is applicable to time series data. It's used in RCRA, groundwater cleanup. I used it in a project here in southern Colorado for the same kind of issue. Essentially what it does is it establishes an upper concentration that represents what you would expect statistically to be the maximum concentration given the variability of data that you have at hand. And what we did was we used 2013 to 2015 as our baseline period to establish that upper control limit. And in both of those charts, the top chart corresponds to the outfall 001, and I apologize, that's concentration versus time. And the lower chart corresponds to the Copper Mountain bike path down on segment 14. And so 2013 to 2015 was used to establish that red line, which is the upper control limit on each of those. And basically what it says then is any data point below that is actual possible given the variation in the data that was analyzed for the baseline period. Okay, that incorporates all that variability from all the factors that I talked about previously. From 2016 to 2018, there are two plots there. One is in blue, and I don't know about you, but I can't make those out at all from where I'm sitting, so I'm glad you have a graph in front of you. But the small blue dots correspond to the actual data. The gray dots correspond to the statistic, which is the Q-sum. And basically, the Q-sum is it accumulates, basically keeps track of what's happening with time. And as the concentration rises, the Q-sum also rises. And the way it's used in a regulatory context normally is if two consecutive values of the Q-sum fall above the control limit, then it indicates a condition where there's been a significant change in the system and the system is no longer so-called in control. That's kind of how you interpret it. So if you look at the Copper Mountain bike path, 2018, there's a Q-sum point that falls above the control limit, but the next one falls below it. And that, again, is indicative of the statistic variability. Oh, did I run out of time? Darn it. Can I use some of the other people's? I only have a couple more things.
Yeah, I think we're okay with
I'll make it quick. Sorry, I apologize. So the other thing we did was also looked at the Mann-Kendall trend test, which is the same thing that the division looked at. We looked at it in terms of seasonal basis, recognizing that what happens in the winter is pretty different than what happens in the summer. And we wanted to know if there was any significant difference in the time trend of those signals in the summer period versus the winter period. And that's what's18shown on the plot here. So the orange line corresponds to the summer periods, and those are statistically determined lines. And the slope of the line, how much it tilts up or down, is compared to 0. That's the statistical test, same thing that the division ran. And in both of those cases, they're not statistically different than a flat line. So no trend, therefore system remains in status quo, okay? Next plot, please. This is for the Copper Mountain Bike Path. Sorry, the previous one was for the outfall. This is for the bike path. Same result here. Now, I don't know about you, but I look at that orange line and it looks like it's going up. But from a statistical perspective, it's not significantly different than zero over the period of time of this analysis. So the conclusion of it is basically status quo has been maintained both at the discharge and in this stream, downstream, for the period of record that we have. That's my conclusions. Thank you.
Yeah, so the next slide is really addresses existing uses, which I propose to skip, but I'd like to ask the Commission's indulgence to do the second from the last slide, which is the summary of the path forward for the molybdenum standards. I think the Commission will be interested, as well as the stakeholders in the audience. And Ray Lazouk will address those issues.
Okay.
Sure. And I'll go quickly. I mean, next year's a busy year. This year was a busy year. And as Vicki mentioned early on, we're recognizing some of the issues that are leading to elevated levels of moly. We've modified the mine plan. That's ongoing, and that'll continue. Jim mentioned the fact that there's a report in progress right now looking at sources, looking at source control, water treatment options, et cetera. We hope to have that first draft, and this will be done sort of iteratively, where we'll have the first draft in early 2019. We hope to sit down with the division and with the engineer folks there to sort of lay out, hey, here's what we've looked at. Here are all the options that we've looked at. We've sort of narrowed it down from there, but it's important to point out what we have looked at and then seek input from the division on, have we looked at everything thoroughly? Are there things we might have missed? What do you think about the things that we looked at? So that's a conversation that we intend to have in early 2019. Following that, we will go ahead and wrap up the treatment options with that input. The cost evaluation, which is something that we were asked to look at back in January, really takes a lot of time. That's, it's not that simple to look at, how much does this cost, because you really have to go through engineering, so forth. So we'll have that report in the first quarter. Right about the end of the first quarter is when we hope to wrap up with the engineering costs. And at that point is when we're going to seek consultation with our stakeholders. And that includes Division and EPA and Denver Water and others who have an interest in what we've been doing. And then moving forward, we hope to see the tox profile issued. Not sure when that's going to happen. Hopefully it does happen next year. And then we're looking at getting ready for the rulemaking for November. So it'll be a busy year.
So in conclusion, Climax believes that the status quo has been maintained. It's taken significant steps to assure maintenance of status quo in the future. Climax supports the division's proposal of no change to the current temporary modification, and Climax looks forward to resolving the uncertainty with the scientific basis for the underlying standard at the hearing that's scheduled for November of 2019. Thank you for allowing us to run over time.
All right. Thanks for the presentation. Does anybody have questions? Rick?
Thank you for your presentation. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole very deep, but I just need to clear my mind of one thing. In your analysis, you said that the exception to the status quo would be if there were more than 2 consecutive samples that were above the predicted level. What's the sample frequency during the period of time that you're doing this analysis?
You could probably speak to this, but Climax monitors on a monthly basis.
So if Climax monitored on a weekly basis, it seems intuitive to me that there's more likelihood that you would have 2 consecutive samples that are above the predicted level.
That's possible.
I think it's more than possible. I think it's rather probable. Let's move on to another point. Can you give me an estimate of how much of the loading on 10 Mile Creek comes from the outflow and how much comes from other sources, say water that's bypassed around the tailings pond?
I haven't done that specific analysis.
I guess that's part of what I thought was going to be the source analysis that was going to be done.
Sorry.
No, I can answer that. So what we didn't put up here, but something that came out of the January hearing is that we made a commitment to do external monitoring around the property of, different possible sources, tributaries, et cetera. And what we found is that really where the moly is coming from is our process water system. So there's no external, really significant source of moly out there coming at the outfall.
Was that data shared with the stakeholders?
I believe we did. I think so. Yeah. I believe we did.
Commissioner Hum, it's my recollection that there was monitoring done on some of the small upstream tributaries to 10 Mile Creek, as well as the interceptor ditches, and that the concentrations that were found, I'm sorry, I don't remember the details, but they were, I think I can safely say that they were in the 10 to 20 range, or maybe even lower. They were very low.
I guess I find it surprising that water that's being processed would allow such significant spikes. And that's why we were very interested in the analysis of the source water and whether the water that's bypassed around the processing area, whether that's carrying molybdenum that's from mining operations in the past, from dust that's generated, and whether during high flow runoff, the moly concentrations spike in those waters that are not going through your process plant.
If you like, I can address that. Sure. Well, as Jim alluded to earlier in his slides, because they did look at source control and where the sources are coming from, and it's pretty clear that we have historic sources from our tailing dams. We have operational related sources from the ore that we're mining and, that we are processing. And if you look at those relative to all external sources, the external sources are really insignificant. And the variability that you see that that there was a slide on this that he showed, a lot of it has to do with dilution. And that's really why you see the ups and downs. You see what happens is concentrations are higher when there's low flows following snow melt. There's a lot of water coming on site, and that drops down the concentration. We've had a few anomalous, peaks, if you will, and we're able to trace those right back to oxide ore.
Sorry, if I could just add one item to that, and that is that the ratio of oxide to sulfide ore is not constant through time. As they progress in mining, it shifts, and that's the other variable in the story.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that Climax has been willing to invest more money in finding the molybdenum that does not have such high concentration. So we're delighted to hear that. I'm glad to see the slide at the end with the timetable of work to be done in the future. I hope that you are able to do a more active job of providing data and engaging the stakeholders. It seems to me that in the last year, that has been at a minimal level, and I hope you can pick it up.
Jane?
So I have a question on a different topic. And Tricia, you'll have to tell me if this is not allowed. But in the division's rebuttal statement, there's a table 5 that had the different hypothesis tests that were conducted with ambient standards methodology for 10 Mile Creek. It's on page 14. And the last row, the condition was post-mining, pre- and post-treatment facility. And if I'm understanding this correctly, it's saying that there's not a significant difference between pre- and post-treatment facility during active mining in terms of the molybdenum concentrations. And I just wondered if you could comment on that, because I guess I would think that the molybdenum would be decreasing following the treatment plant upgrades, and whether the lack of difference is related to the ore, or if you had any comments on that.
Sure, I can speak to that. So really, when you look at the Climax or the evolution of the Climax water management system over time, there was no Moly standard, back in the day, if you will. So really what we were treating for is to achieve compliance with our CDPS permit for metals. So iron, manganese, aluminum, et cetera. And so these were really the targets for the water treatment system out there. And the upgrades that we've made were actually targeting that. There is some Moly removal in our stage 1 treatment, but it's not really a plant that was set up to remove Moly. That's a different, and Jim can speak to the geochemistry and the engineering and all of that. But that's really that's the short answer, is that we never set this system up for Moly.
Just to go back to Rick's first question or point, if you were to, the way I understand this statistical analysis working, if you were to have weekly samples, whatever other frequency you had, the predicted red line is going to be a function of the total population of those samples anyway. So weekly samples are going to probably move that red line. I guess it's hard to predict whether it would go up or down necessarily, but it's still going to be a function of the population of that data to begin with. So I think it's a little bit unpredictable unless we had that to know which way that would go. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you for that clarification.
Tricia?
Okay, so first I have to be a bit of a stickler for process as part of my role. So I kind of wanted to talk about your SIR rebuttal. So Climax had submitted a motion for SIR rebuttal, and the justification was in order to respond to a debiased data set presented in the division's rebuttal. It seemed like the statistical analysis you did was not based on that debiased data set and was an analysis you could have done earlier in the process, and there was some conversation about whether that was true during the pre-hearing conference. So I guess I kind of want to understand if that's the case. If it was a statistical analysis really based on that debiased data set, or if it was a different data set, and what data set you used and why it couldn't have been done earlier in the process.
Tricia, it was not based on the debiased data set. It was based on the best information that we had. We apologize that it was not based on the debiased data set. We did want to present our statistical analysis because the division presented a statistical analysis that we were not aware that there was going to be a statistical analysis until about a week before the pre-hearing conference. That came as a surprise to us, and we were anxious to present our own statistical analysis, not to take issue with the division's statistical analysis. We did not take issue with their statistical analysis in our rebuttal. We did present our own analysis of the statistics.
Sorry, one other question, and it's unrelated to this piece, but just to kind of maybe put a finer point on Commissioner Clary's questions. So this is going back to doing upgrades to a treatment plant and not designing it to remove molybdenum from a molybdenum mining treatment plant. And I think as I understood your comment, it was because the upgrades were geared towards the permit, but there is an underlying molybdenum standard. It's not like it's not like the molybdenum treatment came as a surprise, or the need to meet a molybdenum standard came as a surprise, right?
What underlying molybdenum standard are you talking about?
Well, the current standard.
The current standard was adopted in 2014.
Yeah.
The mine went into operation in 2012. When it was designed, there was
Okay.
no underlying molybdenum standard.
And there was not discussion of it. It came as a surprise, the standard. I'm just curious. I actually don't know the answer to that. It's always seemed a little strange to me that the treatment plant doesn't remove molybdenum. So I've kind of always wondered why that is.
Well, I think maybe Jim is maybe better to answer this, but if you look at the work that they've done on treatment options, there's all kinds of different treatment options, and if you knew what the number was, that would help too, because right now we're in a situation we don't know if it's this or this. So I think it was, yeah, we all realized that Molly was out there, but we had no idea what any number would be, or it's a major investment. The plant that we built, I know some folks were on a tour of that plant, and it was, upwards of a couple $100 million to build that whole facility. It's a lot of money to build a plant. So again, I don't think, unless we had something that we had to do for a, meeting an effluent limit, we don't have the upgrades focus on what we had in front of us.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Denver Water, and yeah.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Arnold, and I'm an attorney with Denver Water. And with me at the table today is Cindy Brady, an environmental scientist with Denver Water. And we both swear to tell the truth.
Swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. We want to start off by thanking the division, Climax and the other parties involved in the rulemaking today for the dialogue that we've had up to date and the information that has been shared. And we also want to thank the Commission for the opportunity to appear today and provide our comments. Let's see. Oh, there. Sorry. Yeah, I won't spend too much time on some of these slides because it's background information that you've already had the opportunity to review in the pre-hearing statements. Denver Water's main concern is that we have a human health advisory, not a standard, but an advisory for molybdenum of 40 micrograms per liter. And we do recognize that that advisory is not based on fresh information, but it is the advisory that we have on the books today. And we take our human health advisories very seriously in ensuring that the drinking water that we provide for our customers meet those advisories. And they are not, again, legally enforceable, but they do serve as technical guidance for agencies that are trying to protect, charged with protecting the public health. This slide just covers a little bit of background information on molybdenum. It is an essential dietary nutrient, but it has also been observed to have some adverse effects in excess, including gout-like symptoms and mineral imbalances has been observed to affect folks with copper deficiency. This slide shows the Denver Water's Blue River diversion project in the area shaded in blue. And Denver Water's source of water for Dillon Reservoir is 10 Mile Creek, Blue River, and the Snake River. And that water is imported through the Roberts Tunnel to the South Platte at Grant. You can see the Roberts Tunnel on the slide, and treated at Denver Water's drinking water treatment plants. And Climax Mine is located upstream of Dillon Reservoir and 10 Mile Creek. And as you all are aware, Blue River segment 14 is the segment that feeds right into Dillon Reservoir.
So we have a water quality monitoring site on 10 Mile Creek above Dillon Reservoir right at the town of Frisco. And this shows the last 10 years worth of data at that particular site. And as you can see, the concentrations have been increasing over time, including spikes of above 1,000 micrograms per liter over the last year or so. So how this relates to Denver Water is what Dan said. We take water from Dillon Reservoir, put it in the North Fork of the South Platte River. And this is our sampling site below where the North Fork of the South Platte meets the main stem of the South Platte. And once again, over time, concentrations have been increasing. Recent values have been above 30 micrograms per liter. The other thing that this slide shows is how the South Platte River is highly influenced by our Roberts Tunnel diversions. You can tell from the January 2014 period through 2015 that molybdenum concentrations in the South Platte are essentially close to the detection levels, and this is a period where we were running the Roberts Tunnel very little. So how this translates to our treatment plant, this is the Foothills Water Treatment Plant that takes water out of Strontia Springs Reservoir, which is directly below the South Platte confluence. Once again, it's a very similar pattern to the South Platte itself. Molybdenum concentrations, once again, recently have been above 30 micrograms per liter, peaking at 30 micrograms per liter, peaking this summer at 34 micrograms per liter. As Dan mentioned, the human health advisory level is 40, so this increase is very concerning to us. And if the increase continues, we're worried that our concentration in our distribution system will be above the human health advisory. So going back to the Blue River segment and statistics, we basically took the 303D listing methodology, which is used to ascertain whether or not streams are meeting their standard. This basically takes 5 years worth of data, and for dissolved metals, looks at the 50th percentile. Both Denver Water's analysis of this and the divisions come up with similar results, which is for the time period before the temporary modification was put in place in 2014, the concentrations were much lower than they are in the most recent 5-year period between 2013 and 2018. This increase has been up to 50% or more. And so we are concerned that the status quo is not being met based on this analysis, which is how stream standards are generally assessed by the division. Once again, we think that it's appropriate to use the period before the temporary modification to ascertain whether or not the status quo is being met during the most recent time period. And once again, we think that because of the significant increase, that the status quo is not being maintained.
So under the Commission's Rule 31.73D, the Commission has adopted a narrative standard of current conditions for Blue River Segment 14. And under that standard, existing uses are to be protected, and the status quo is to be preserved during the term of the temporary modification. The Commission has shed a little bit more light on what the meaning of the status quo is in its statement of basis and purpose language. It's not intended to allow for new or expanded discharges. And it's intended to also protect actual uses rather than the full use classification. We also want to raise policy 96-2, which requires or as a policy that standards must provide reasonable certainty of protecting the public from adverse health risks. So with So with regard to kind of the relief that we are requesting today, there's a couple of points that I want to make. So we've thrown out our own time period. The division has thrown out a couple different time periods. We were in agreement with one of the time periods that the division provided, which is the 2009 to 2013 time period leading up to the adoption of the temporary modification. We think this period of time has variability and also includes years when mining operations had resumed. We also think the 50th percentile methodology is a correct methodology to use to judge whether the status quo is being maintained for the temporary modification. We think Climax needs to comply with the status quo, and we welcome Climax's comments today that they're going to be working to experiment with mining different materials. We think that this plan provides an opportunity to pilot whether that might be a viable solution. But ultimately, we need to see molybdenum levels not exceed the human health advisory. We also take issue with the proposed statement of basis and purpose language provided on Thursday. That the proposed statement of basis and purpose language includes a time frame of 2012 to 2014 as the time frame to assess baseline conditions for the status quo, and looks at a time period of 2015 through 2018 to assess whether the status quo is being maintained. And I want to draw the commission's attention back again to Table 5 and the division's rebuttal. And you'll see that there are 3 different time periods proposed in Table 5. The one that we agree with, which is 09 to 2013, is the pre-temp mod. 2008 to 2011 is pre-mining. And in the third time period of 2012 to 2014, it appears to be post-mining based on the time period before the treatment plant may have been operating. And we do not think that 2012 to 2014 time period is the correct time period. Does not have sufficient variability in data, and as we've heard today, that the treatment facility isn't really the driver. It sounds like the material being mined is the larger factor. So with that, we are happy to answer any questions that the commission has today.
So just to be clear, well, everybody's read this, but the surrebuttal, we didn't give you a chance to officially respond in writing. Sounds like, I mean, you just responded, but as far as the actual data analysis, you don't see any issues. It's really just, it's still just the time period through which the status quo should be determined.
I think that's the crux of the dispute.
And partially because the time period post-mining time period's a little short to do that analysis based on the variability.
Okay, thanks. Joan?
Hi, thank you guys. I realize it's not straightforward, but I have to ask why it's appropriate for the commission to make a decision on status quo, kind of given our procedures and policies. Is the issue ripe? Why would you argue legally this is before the commission?
Well, we do think the issue is ripe. We think there's a sufficient amount of data for the different time periods that have been assessed. And we think with the review of the temporary modification at this rulemaking hearing, it's also appropriate to assess whether additional sideboards should be put in place. One point I do want to make is that we are not asking for a numeric limit. We are simply asking that the time period of 2009 to 2013 be used to assess whether the narrative standard is being complied with. So that would also avoid the need to make modifications to Climax's discharge permit.
Okay, Joan again.
And then I have kind of a lighter question. Has Denver Water had any formal communication with ATSDR about its process? Climax has told us a number of times that they're sort of working to push the issue. Has Denver Water done anything on that?
We have not. We are considering whether to send a letter to ASTDR to encourage them to also review the molybdenum health advisory and make adjustments supported by the science. And we may come to a decision on that here shortly.
Okay, no other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Clinton Reservoir and Ditch Company, and then
Frisco.
Frisco first, and I don't know how we want to do this timing for lunch.
Okay, sorry. So lunch isn't here yet, and yeah, we have some briefings that are over the lunch. Probably won't take the full hour, so if you wanted to keep going, I guess we can play it by ear a little bit, because obviously we're going to take some more afterwards. Maybe
Yeah.
This one
And then we'll take a break. Okay.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Dillala with Moses Wittemeyer, Harrison, and Woodruff. I'm here this morning with my colleague Will Davidson on behalf of the town of Frisco, and I swear to tell the truth.
I'm Will Davidson, and I swear to tell the truth. So as the commission knows, the town of Frisco is located along Lower 10 Mile Creek, approximately 10 miles downstream from the Climax mine. The town is responsible for supplying water to its residents and visitors, and its water supply is drawn in part from alluvial aquifers that are connected to Lower 10 Mile Creek and Dillon Reservoir. So due to the town's location and the source of its water supply, the town is strongly interested in maintaining water quality in 10 Mile Creek in order to protect the health of its residents and to preserve the health of the 10 Mile Creek watershed. The commission has read the town's responsive and rebuttal pre-hearing statements, which set forth the town's initial position. After reviewing the other parties' rebuttal pre-hearing statements and the consolidated proposal prepared by the division for Regulation 33, the town now asks that the commission take the following 3 actions with respect to the temporary modification of the molybdenum standard for segment 14. First, the town agrees with the May 2012 through June 2014 period of record for determining the status quo proposed in the division's consolidated proposal. The town therefore asks the commission to adopt that period of record as a fair and accurate representation of the current condition that the temporary modification is intended to maintain. The town also agrees with the division's recommendation that the commission convert the narrative operative value of current condition to a numeric operative value if the temporary modification is extended beyond its current expiration date. The town asks that the commission adopt that recommendation with the additional specification that any such numeric value must represent the conditions existing when the temporary modification was first adopted in 2014. And finally, the town asks that the commission require Climax to provide additional and more detailed information regarding Climax's implementation of the plan to resolve uncertainty. As explained in the consolidated proposal, the division believes that Climax is making progress toward resolving uncertainty. The town hopes the division is correct, but the information Climax has provided to the stakeholders thus far has not included sufficient detail to enable the town to evaluate Climax's implementation of the plan to resolve uncertainty. So to ensure that the town and other interested parties have access to all pertinent information, the town asks the commission to require Climax to deliver to the division and to all stakeholders by a deadline that the commission deems reasonable a comprehensive written report on Climax's implementation of each element of the plan to resolve uncertainty. The report should include detailed descriptions of the investigations Climax has conducted, the data Climax has gathered, the conclusions Climax has drawn, and the bases of those conclusions. So the town thanks the commission for its time and also thanks Climax for the steps it has taken to date to implement the plan to resolve uncertainty. And we can take any commission questions the commission has.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Joan?
Hi, thank you. I think I just heard you say the town believes that stakeholders have been provided insufficient detail. Does that mean you think the data exists, but it just hasn't been shared? Or does that mean you think that there's probably additional sort of data gathering that Climax hasn't done that needs to be done? Or both, I guess.
I think the issue is that because what we feel is that because we have not been provided, the stakeholders have not been provided with very much information about the detail of what Climax is doing, we can't answer that second question about whether what they've been doing is adequate. It seems like Climax is doing a lot, and we understand that it may be that they are waiting until their investigations are complete in order to provide that information. But the real answer is that just with the sort of level of detail that's been provided, we have been unable to evaluate their efforts.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. So I think we'll take a break and reconvene for this hearing at 1 o'clock with Clinton Reservoir and Ditch Company. Thanks.
And then more generally, I guess we'll take about a 10-minute break or so and then start up with the rest of the 2 lunch hour briefings. Okay.
Are you ready for us?
Yes,
okay. Oh, okay. Hello again. I'm Nicole Rowan. I manage the Clean Water Program here at the division, and with me today is Brett Eisenagel, the Engineering Section Manager. And we wanted to provide you just a brief update on the Nutrients Voluntary Incentive Program. We're very excited to update you and give you kind of a progress report 1 year in to this effort. And we really continue to feel it's a unique way to make progress in reducing nutrients across the state while we're still working on developing the standards. And as we have been across the state and actually talked with our counterparts across the country with the nutrients work that we do, with some of the association work that we do, we really do have a very unique approach here in Colorado, and we're still very excited about it. Oops. That didn't work. Okay. Roller. Okay. Okay. So we wanted to give you a brief update on the outreach efforts that we've done. I'm going to do that, and then Brett's going to focus on an overview of what the voluntary incentive program is for to get some of the newer commissioners up to speed on what we're trying to do here. And then participants aren't required to opt in until December of next year, but several have already opted in, and we want to give you an update on that, and then talk a little bit about next steps. So with respect to outreach efforts, we've done quite a bit over the last year to try and get the word out on the 10-year water quality roadmap and the voluntary incentive program. We had a road show last spring that Brett and Christy Richardson went to several locations across the state, East Slope and West Slope, to try and get the word out on the roadmap and the voluntary incentive program and what that could mean for facilities. We had good participation levels across the state, and I think really did generate some interest in the program. We also have been having our quarterly roadmap meetings as part of the 10-year water quality roadmap work group as part of the Water Quality Forum. We had our November meeting in Glenwood Springs and had a lot of different turnout, a lot of different people in the room than we normally have. So that was great. And we tried to make the topics a little bit more West Slope focused. And so that was a great discussion. We also presented at the Rocky Mountain Water Environment Association's Fall Forum on the West Slope and Grand Junction in November. Brett was there and provided some more facility-specific information to that group. As we've been getting questions on the voluntary incentive program, we've developed a frequently asked questions list and response that's posted on our website. And we also have developed fact sheets on the 10-year water quality roadmap and voluntary incentive program that we've been giving out when we can, and those are also posted on the website. I think one of the things that we want to try and work on over the coming years, work on distributing this fact sheet information to a variety of different email lists that we maintain at the division to try and continue to get the word out.
I'll say that every time I go and speak to people, especially on the West Slope, people are very interested in this. Even small communities, lagoons are even talking about, hey, I think we can get some nitrogen and things like this already. So they're looking to, this is really widespread. I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Excuse me. So I'm just going to kind of back up. And if you're not overly familiar, I'm going to try to keep this high level. If you have questions about where we are and what have you, we will get to those. But this is kind of just an overview of what this program is. It's policy 17-1. It's a commission policy and provides incentives, delays of implementing treatment for Reg 31 values, which aren't accepted or adopted quite yet or completely. And so this gets people to encourage to continually to move toward better nitrogen and phosphorus treatment. While the Reg 31 values will be on the total nitrogen, the whole time I will be talking about total inorganic nitrogen because that's what the tech-based limits are based on currently. More of a alignment with Regulation 85. This is available to all surface water discharging facilities of any size. And we do have interest from very small facilities all the way to the largest facilities in the state. And we'll talk about what those look like in a little bit. And something I always tell people is this is completely voluntary and there are no consequences. So just because you put your name on the list does not mean that you are now a target for the government. And so people are generally very happy to hear that.
People said that about Dr. too.
And Google. So, all right, incentives. It's a really early reductions. We talked about that. The incentives last, it's a 10-year incentive program from 2018 through 2027. You can earn incentives on an annual basis, and it will eventually be implemented in permits in 2027 through the 10-year water quality roadmap. 2027 is sort of the date which a lot of the standards, will be sort of finalized through that 10-year plan, including the total nitrogen and total phosphorus, total inorganic nitrogen. If somebody wants to get into this plan, they just have to sign up basically by the end of 2019. There was annual reporting, which will be required after that. I guess we'll probably talk about that in a little bit. But the first year really covers the first year's report, which will be due in March 2020, covers the first 2 years. So we gave people plenty of time to get familiar, to do some of their own testing, maybe even to optimize or figure out what they wanted to do before they actually had to get into the program. That's pretty much the whole delay of it, at least in my perspective. In terms of how, if somebody gets into the program, what do they have to do to earn incentives? Well, the idea is to drive down total inorganic nitrogen and total phosphorus below the Reg 85 values, upper values of 15 and 1, 15 for total inorganic nitrogen and 1 for milligram per liter of total phosphorus. Closer you get down to the lower levels of EBNR being 7 and 0.7 for total inorganic nitrogen, total phosphorus again, the more incentive you earn. And so you can earn up to 12 months for every year that you reach the highest attainable conditions, so to say, of EBNR. Annual median is really the driver. So you would take composite samples at least once a month, and then you would just figure out what your annual median is, and then you could get a direct correlation of months earned to how close you get to the lowest values, lowest or lower than the lowest values. There are openings for trading possible. You can do 1-to-1 point source trading, and you can also do 2-to-1 for ag to non-point source to a point source. The 2-to-1 is really a buffer because you weren't quite as sure of the levels of reduction you're getting through a non-point source reduction plan. And then, of course, you can share credits, and that's more like for the Eagle Rivers and people that own multiple facilities on the same stream segment. So there is the capability of sharing those credits among those facilities for ownership. In terms of how this would be implemented, for a single parameter, somebody can do either nitrogen or phosphorus independently. And if they earned only one, the max they could earn is 10 years worth of credit. But if they only do for one parameter, it gets reduced back to 7.5 years. The idea here is then if you do both parameters, you could get both parameters on a compliance schedule extension in 2027, for both earnings for nitrogen and phosphorus combined up to 10 years. So what we're trying to do, if you recall, is to incentivize people to not just focus on one, but to focus on both when they're looking at their optimization and improvements on their plant. How it would be is you would, when you get your permit in 2027 or shortly thereafter, you would have the underlying compliance schedule, which is standard for a new parameter or a tighter limit in your permit. So let's just say that's 5 years. That's typically generally how it's done, one permit term, plus then whatever you earn for 17.1. So if we're really looking at this, you could get 12.5 years to up to 15 years of delay for Reg 31 values. Right now, we mentioned the deadline, and we've encouraged facilities to sign up early. Get in. There's no reason not to. It says 39, but I would say just in the past couple of days since the slides were actually developed, we now have 40. So good news so far. And I know that there's lots of interest and people are exploring this. I talk to lots of people about this all the time. And I think that the fear is diminishing, and we'll see quite a bit more coming into this. Largest facility, Metro, and the smallest being Steamboat Mountain School. So it's 220 million gallons per day, all the way to 10,000 gallons per day. So could smaller facilities all the way down to 2,000 gallons per day enter? Yes, they could. And some may have the capability of are earning credits, which would also be good for them. So we're not discriminating in who we offer this to, or talking to about it. So right now it is mainly Front Range. I do have a list if you guys wanted to, I could pass it around. I didn't make a handout for everybody, but if you had questions about who has signed up early, I do have that information for you.
How many of those 40 signed up for both parameters, and how many for just one?
I'm sorry, I don't have that tracked exactly, but the thing is, their plan may or may not get them there, and even if they put it in their plan, they don't have it. Most of the facilities within the state, unless they're in a control basin already, don't have phosphorus. I mean, some like Metro, they've already tackled that problem, but I would say most in the state have not, unless they're in a control basin. Is that fair? Okay. I was going to say here, just to give you an idea, sort of at least based on size. Sorry, I can prepare myself better for what they're going to try to treat next time. I'm sorry. In terms of the size, you can see that we have a lot of facilities less than that 2 million gallons per day, which is good because those are facilities that are not captured by Reg 85. But we definitely would like to see them understand and know that this is coming, since there's not a requirement for them to jump into that quite yet. So effectively, I'd say we're being very successful with the implementation, or at least the outreach going on to this.
Of course, that was things not. Just there we go. Okay, so we're going to work on, again, continuing to focus on outreach so that we can maximize participation between now and the end of next calendar year. Again, there's no penalty for doing this, and we want to make sure we try and get this to work as best we can. There were kind of three things we looked at during the rulemaking process that led up to last year's rulemaking that we looked at to see what we thought could potentially get us some reductions. And this was the best one that we found. Just to remind everyone kind of what they were. We talked a little bit about maybe reducing the total inorganic nitrogen technology base limit from 15 to 10 and got some pretty strong resistance to that. We also talked about applying the Regulation 85 limits to facilities smaller than 2 MGD. And then what we found was that if the largest facilities in the state, the largest 20 or so, reduced their nitrogen and phosphorus values today by 20%, that would be the same as having all the facilities between 1 and 2 MGD meet the Reg 85 limit. So again, this focusing on the bigger facility approach like we did in the original Reg 85 in 2012 continues, we think, to be the best place to get the biggest bang for the buck. So we hope that, probably by the first quarter of 2020, once we kind of have an idea of who's signed up, we'll be able to kind of maybe test that hypothesis a little bit more based on what folks are actually discharging today. We'll know a little bit more about their plan at that point of what they think they can do, and we'll have a better story to tell on how much reductions we think we can actually achieve. So that's our plan moving forward. And, again, I think really trying to do that analysis, again, in the first part of 2020 will be able to help us track progress through time as we get the annual reports in to make sure that we're reaching that target by 2027. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have or take any feedback.
I have some questions. So has anyone expressed interest in trying to do a non-point source project? Yeah.
We've had one part of the state that's interested in that for a trade, the Lower Arkansas, but they haven't come together with a plan yet to us to look at. But we've had at least 2 or 3 meetings, if not more, with them to kind of discuss the concept and what they would have to do.
So that's leads into my next question. Is if you did have someone that did a non-point source project, would you require monitoring within this time frame before 2027 to validate the reduction, or would you use nutrient values, or what would the validation of that or quantification of that reduction require?
Well, go ahead and then you can fill in. So what we're really looking for is someone to come forward with a plan to us. That's kind of what what your policy states is they need to come forward with a plan to the division. I think we'd be open to using modeling, but I think there definitely would need to be some sort of data collection effort that validates that model and was able to kind of also try and capture some of this information through time. So I think it would be a combination of both modeling and data collection.
If I can jump in, what would the motivation be to somebody that's a non-point source to get into the program? If you're not planning on regulating non-point sources in the future, what benefit do they get?
It could be a cost incentive. I mean, say and this is just hypothetical, maybe the facility helps pay for some of that as an offset. It's a lot less expensive than the improvements at their facility.
And just to add on, I do think that the agricultural community across Colorado is really trying to identify and tell their story between now and 2025. I think when we bring this up again, when we really focus on non-point sources, to document what best management practice they have on the ground right now that are focused on nutrients and what they're doing to try and increase those. Because I think there is a big motivation to keep what we do with non-point sources out of the regulatory realm in Colorado.
Well, I was just going to add another scenario where something like that might work is if you're an upstream wastewater discharger and there's an obvious agricultural problem downstream and maybe there are multiple water quality issues, but it's outside of that municipality's jurisdiction. Normally, you wouldn't contribute money to something that's not in your jurisdiction, but if you got some sort of credit related to your wastewater plant, then maybe you would. And there could be a really significant net environmental benefit. I guess where I was going with it.
I'm curious whether there's, so you've got a deadline, which makes sense. And I'm wondering if you feel like this is successful, will you slide to a new window of potentially, I mean, I suppose it's will there be do you think there would be another opportunity down the line that opens for demonstrated success for whoever registers or this would be another
I think aren't you going to make it a standard?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll opine. So first, I would say this is a commission policy, so the commission at any time could reopen that window. But in part, maybe what you're asking is, would the division and staff bring forward a recommendation to do so? And I don't know. That's a really interesting question. So the reason for the deadline was to, to sort of have a sense of what expected reductions we are likely to see, so we could evaluate whether we expect it to be successful or not. And if we do the analysis and it looks like it's not going to be successful, then we are probably going to be faced with, okay, we need to do something else. We need to do a different approach. If it is successful and we are going to stay the course for the 10 years, that might be something worth talking about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. We wouldn't want to discourage anyone from making any additional reductions. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'd have to evaluate the trade-offs of what that means.
And Brett and I are having a side conversation while Tricia was talking. And again, this is going to be an annual reporting requirement. We anticipate we're going to be touching base with you all on this at least annually. So I think that the data will help guide your all's decision making going forward.
Hi, guys. Are you guys looking at this from a watershed perspective? Are you targeting participants on a watershed basis? Do you plan to track results on a watershed basis? You know what I'm getting at?
Yes. So one of the things that we are working on very closely with Colorado State University is a watershed model that's focused statewide. So I think it's right now, I don't know at what HUC hydrologic unit code level it's focused at, but it's fairly small. So we have both non-point source and point source information in that model. It generates loads from those. So we will be able to tell based on hopefully participation in this program where we're seeing on a watershed basis the most reductions across the state.
I heard something. I mean, you asked if we were targeting. I don't think we're targeting anybody in particular. Yeah, we're trying to get as much statewide participation as absolutely possible.
Well, and the original Reg 85 did have a targeted watershed approach. It was really focused on, the I-25 corridor and the I-70 corridor where our population is growing the most. So that really was the geographic focus initially. And we do think that if the largest facilities participate, it'll still kind of be in those geographic areas where we're seeing the greatest reduction, which is probably where the greatest reduction needs to happen because it's where most of the point source activity is happening.
Thanks, guys.
Yours doesn't work? Does this power? Yeah. No, there's no light. No, it's not working. Battery's dead. I broke it. We can share.
So in hindsight, I probably should have written up here the department's response actions to the concerns that were raised by Save South Park group that came in October. My name is Amy Conowall. I'm with the watershed section, and with me are Christy Richardson, who's a bridge between water and DC, and Kurt Stovall, who's with the solid waste program. And so between the three of us, we're going to update you on just some actions in response to some of the comments that were raised. So in a quick summary on the comments that were raised, there were four major issues that they had. One was about mercury contamination in South Park, and Christy's going to talk about that. One was about sedimentation in the middle fork of South Park, and I'm going to address those concerns and what we've done to date on that concern. The third issue that was raised was a release from abandoned Fairplay landfill, and Kurt's going to cover that. And then the fourth issue, I think we addressed that at the last, in October when they raised this, but this was how do we get better public notification on releases to surface water? And the concern was specifically to London Mine and how that would look. And I think we had recommended that they work with their local county health departments to get a better indication sooner on when there were going to be releases. So no further action was really happened on that. And one thing I wanted to note is a variety of staff and water have been talking to Kristen, who came in and talked to you all. I've been playing phone tag, email tag with her for the last couple of weeks. So she does know that we were giving an update and some of the information we're going to talk about today. There are still actions that we plan to do in the future. And so as we get through some of these points, we can highlight next steps in working with her.
All right. So I'm going to talk about the mercury contamination issue that they raised. So they also raised this same issue with DRMS in February of this past year. And they alleged that there was mercury being discharged from the mines that are in the vicinity sort of between Alma and Fairplay. And so when we became aware of the issue in February 2018 through DRMS, CPW, and CDPHE staff got together so we could develop a plan to sort of address this claim of mercury contamination. So DRMS told us that there was about 9 mines that are permitted in that area between Alma and Fairplay. They're mining for gold, but there are also some secondary sand and gravel activities. They actually did some of the Gold Rush show. They filmed it up there, so there's got a lot of media attention and public interest up there. And none of those mines are permitted to use mercury in their activities. However, it's possible that there was historic mining in the area where they used mercury, and then that could be mobilized through the current mining activities. So the plan that we developed for this year was to look at mercury levels in aquatic organisms above and below the mining activity. And we did this for a couple reasons. One was that mercury tends to be toxic and bioavailable when it's in the organic methylmercury form. And that's typically found in sediment and organisms and not so much in the water column. Even when we try to go out and measure mercury in water using really specialized low-level mercury methods, we almost never find it anyway. And additionally, we had resources that were set up to do the fish tissue analysis, but not necessarily to do the low-level mercury analysis. So we wanted to go with where we could start. So CPW developed a plan to collect fish and crayfish from the Montgomery Reach area, which is upstream of the mining area, just downstream of Montgomery Reservoir. And then they sampled 2 areas just near Fairplay upstream, which is just upstream of the beach, and Fairplay. So that's just downstream of where the mines were. And then we also included Spinney Mountain Reservoir, which is an on-channel reservoir on the middle fork of the South Platte. That's about 20 miles downstream. But we included that for 2 reasons. One is that reservoirs are the right place to get mercury bioaccumulation. You get the right conditions to change inorganic mercury to organic mercury. And additionally, we had historic data for Spinney Mountain Reservoir from 2009, so we could compare from earlier data to where we are now. We're going to talk about just the fish. We don't have the crayfish data back yet from the lab. So they collected a variety of species from the different sampling sites depending on what was available. I should point out that brown trout are the only species that we collected at all 4 of those locations. So here's just a table of the results. It's the mean and then in parentheses the range of the data. And for all of these fish, regardless of where we collected them, they're all below our threshold for site-specific mercury consumption advisories, which is 0.3 milligrams per kilogram, and they all tend to be relatively low. If we compare the brown trout, which is the one species we have at all 4 locations, Montgomery Reach, which is upstream of the mining activity, actually has higher concentrations in the brown trout than at the Fairplay sites, which is the opposite of what we would expect if there was sort of mining-related mercury contamination. And also because mercury bioaccumulates over time, we normalize the mercury concentrations to the length in fish as a proxy for age. So the longer a fish is, generally the older it is. And we don't see any trends related to the size of the fish in that smaller fish. If they collected smaller fish, we would see lower concentrations of mercury. We're not seeing that, so it's not related necessarily to the size of the fish that were collected. When we compare the data to what we have both for the reservoir prior to this recent activity, so we see almost the same concentrations in brown trout, northern pike, and rainbow trout. we'll look at that a little bit closer. And also with our statewide data, all of the data that we saw in this whole Park County area fits well within the ranges that we see in our statewide data, and tends to be on the lower end of what we've seen statewide. A little bit more about the Spinney Mountain Reservoir fish. So in blue is 2009 and in green is 2018. And we see basically the same concentrations. The rainbow trout actually seem to be a bit lower, but that could be caused by stocking fish where you get lower concentrations. It sort of dilutes out any signal that you see. So in summary, Park County fish had levels below our threshold for advisories, and they fell within the range of our statewide data. The mercury levels were higher in brown trout collected above the mining activity, which indicates that we're not seeing an accumulation pattern that could be related to mercury contamination from the mining activity. And we see no clear trend in mercury levels rising in the reservoir either. Oops, sorry. So this analysis is hot off the presses. So our next step is going to be to talk to DRMS and CBW about this and decide if there's any further actions that we need to take to investigate the claim.
So at this point, it makes sense. If you guys have any questions on the fish information that Chrissy just provided, we can stop and take questions.
Well, I guess mine. Oh no, it is working. I just assumed it wasn't. I'm trying to remember. I remember the presentation. I can't remember what their evidence was for the increased mercury, because that's not something you see deposited the same way you would with iron sulfides, right? Or
no, it was a lot of anecdotal claims of mercuries being released. There was no data that they had to substantiate that claim.
Okay, I was just going back through that stuff and I couldn't find anything, so I was just
They referred a lot to California, where placer mines out there had used mercury and they had found contamination related to it. But to the best of my knowledge, they don't have any data on that in this area.
Thanks.
So the 9 mines, did you say those were currently permitted by DRMS?
Yes.
Okay. So the upstream anomaly could be related to historic use of mercury amalgam in historic mining?
I'm pretty sure that we tried to pick an area as far upstream as possible that shouldn't have a lot of historic mining influence. What we do see there could be related to historic mining that we weren't aware of, or it could be related to just atmospheric deposition of mercury that we see statewide.
I know I've seen.
Go ahead.
I've seen some pretty hot mercury, like solid mercury in legacy mine locations. So, you know, it wouldn't be surprising to me if there was some historic operation up there that was that still has mercury source contamination.
A lot of the water that gets into Montgomery Reservoir is collected from the Bemrose Creek area where there was a lot of placer mining. So there could be a lot of historic sources distributed above where those collection pieces are. They've got branches that collect water that they tunnel over to Montgomery Reservoir, and a lot of that is land that was heavily placer mined.
I think that's really useful information to understand better the watershed that we're studying. But I think overall, still the fact that we have really low levels in the Fairplay Beach area, and we're not seeing anything that looks like a spike in the reservoir either, both sort of support the hypothesis that we're not seeing an influence from that mining activity in terms of mercury accumulation. Thanks.
Okay, so the second issue that they raised was about sediment, and I think in both part, just the amount of sedimentation that may be happening in addition to what's in the sediment. And so to note, they came in and talked on October 9th, and then that afternoon, I think as soon as Chris got back to his desk, he sent Kristen an email with our operating procedures on how to collect sediment and bug data. And he also looked to see what kind of information we had that we could share. And he looked specifically for bug and sediment pairings. And one thing to note is While we do have an SOP to look at sedimentation and excessive sediment in the systems, we don't typically gather sediment data and test it for toxics. And so that's not the type of information we would typically have. We have on occasions, I think with after Gold King, we did look at sediment data. So we have done that in the past, and this is something that we could look at in the future if we wanted to collect that kind of data. So Chris did send her some SOPs and reached out. He also offered the assistance of the division moving forward. We didn't have any funding available to collect bug data, so macroinvertebrate data would be really critical to collect here to see what the impacts might be and how the bugs are doing. So he offered that starting the next fiscal year, we could help support some of that analytical and actually probably help with some field support as well. So he had suggested that we touch base again in February. So I may have jumped ahead, but so working in the future, what kind of data could we collect to help support the questions that they're trying to answer? Because it does seem like there's not a lot of data that we have currently. So we will continue to reach out to Kristen and determine what capacity they have to collect the data, if they just need analytical support or if they need some field support. And again, every year when Chris is looking at the sampling plan for bugs and sediment, he does offer some support to local watershed groups. So there is an opportunity here. So again, work with them to figure out future data needs and see what kind of support that we can offer. So, and before I pass it on to Kurt, do you guys have any questions on just monitoring needs and sediment?
So again, I'm Kurt Stovall. I'm with the Solid Waste Permitting Unit in the Hazardous Materials and Waste Management Division. Save South Park expressed two primary concerns with respect to the landfill. They were concerned that groundwater contamination could possibly reach the middle fork of the South Platte River, and they were concerned that Park County, who operated the landfill, and BLM, who owns the property that the landfill is on, were not taking responsibility for the groundwater contamination at the site. We have reached out to Save South Park on a couple of occasions by phone, but Kristen hasn't gotten back to us yet, but we will continue to provide her with updates with respect to the landfill. With respect to their first concern about the middle fork of the South Platte River, the landfill is located about a mile from the river in a northeast direction, which is not the predominant groundwater flow direction. It's located about 1.5 miles from the landfill in the down gradient, more side gradient direction, about 1.5 miles. Down gradient is to the southeast, which parallels the river. There are numerous groundwater monitoring wells at the site. To the east of the landfill, groundwater contamination has been detected about 700 feet east of the landfill. The groundwater contamination is low-level volatile organic compounds below Reg 41 standards and 1,4-dioxane above Reg 41 standards. To the east of that 700 the well that's 700 feet away, there are two other wells that have no groundwater contamination detected. I should point out that there are 3 wells to the northeast of the site that show no groundwater contamination. There is groundwater contamination to the southeast of the site, and unfortunately, this was not a concern raised by Save South Park, but there are residences with private wells to the southeast, and that's been our biggest concern is working with the residents who own those wells, some of which have been impacted, and I'll get to that in a second. So the bottom line with respect to the river and the plume impacting the river is that the plume has been fairly well characterized at this point. It appears to be stable. We don't expect contamination to ever reach the river, but we will continue to do the groundwater monitoring for the foreseeable future. So with respect to the second concern, which was that Park County and BLM were not taking responsibility, that had been true prior to about 2014. But in 2014, we've engaged both Park County and BLM, and they've been very active in taking responsibility for characterizing the contamination and working with us and the homeowners. Since 2014, both Park County and BLM have installed 6 new groundwater monitoring wells. So the groundwater monitoring well network consists of 8 wells. In addition, Park County has reached out to 26 property owners with individual wells. 22 of those owners have granted access and allowed Park County to sample their wells. Of those 22 that have been sampled, 8 have 1,4-dioxane detections. 2 of the 8 have detections above the Reg 41 standard of 0.35 micrograms per liter, so a very low standard. Park County is providing drinking water to those 2 homeowners that have the detections of 1,4-dioxane above the Reg 41 standard. Park County entered into a compliance order on consent with us back in October of this year. BLM, we hope to get under order this month. The orders require both entities to continue to perform groundwater monitoring, to design and implement corrective action remedy, which all those efforts are ongoing. And again, as I've said, we've reached out to Safe South Park and haven't yet heard back from them, but we will continue to keep them informed. Any questions about the landfill?
The county is providing water to the 2 properties that had contamination by trucking the water into them?
They are just providing drinking water. The assessment is that, Christy may be able to speak to this better than me, but with the dermal contact and inhalation and so forth, and cleaning with the water of dishes and laundry and the like, it is not a significant concern. And so they're just providing drinking water.
Other questions, comments? Thank you for your update. I appreciate you trying to reach out to Save South Park. It's unfortunate that you're not able to stay in touch with Christy, but I hope that we can get this information to them.
Okay. All right. I think we're ready to keep going. So next up will be Clinton Reservoir and Ditch Company.
Good afternoon, Steve Bushong on behalf of the Clinton Ditch and Reservoir Company, and I swear to tell the truth. The Reservoir Company owns a reservoir and water rights on property immediately adjacent to the Climax mine. That the Reservoir Company uses Blue River Segment 13 and Blue River Segment 14 to deliver that water down to its shareholders for either direct use or for use by augmentation and exchange. And as you know, Climax discharges into Blue River Segment 13. The reason we got involved in this hearing was really to raise two issues. The first was our question on whether or not current conditions were being maintained. Our concern was primarily that we didn't want to see conditions degrade while the temporary modification was in place. Pretty quickly, as we started to look at the data, it became clear to us that the answer to that question really depended on what time period the commission decided to use to define the status quo. There was a period of time from 2008 to 2012, as you're aware of, where molybdenum concentrations were relatively low. And if that's used to define the status quo, then Climax is not maintaining it. But if you look at conditions since the mine started operating again, then in all likelihood, they are maintaining the status quo. Having looked at that information, we decided not to really take a position on it. We understand where Denver Water's coming from. We understand where Climax is coming from, and we chose to let you make that hard decision. The other question, maybe even the bigger concern from our perspective, was the issue that we raised at the temporary modification hearing last year when the temporary modification was renewed. And that is those large spikes in molybdenum that you see. And what is being done at the Climax mine to try to manage that, control it, what can they do, what are the treatment options? So we raised all that information. And just to put it in context, in 2016, I think the high concentration coming out the outfall was 4,000 micrograms per liter. Every year there's been, since the mine started up again, the high concentrations or the peaks, as you hear them referred to, sometimes have been between 1,500 and 2,000 micrograms per liter down in segment 14. And so we raised that issue, and we're very appreciative of the commission including additional language in the statement of basis and purpose, and really requiring Climax to do more, to look at what the sources are, what can be done to manage it, what are the treatment optimization alternatives that might be available. And I have to say, initially, we were underwhelmed by what we were provided. There was an update in June of 2018 that we didn't get until August, and it only had 3 sentences that covered the issues that the commission had raised. Basically, that a contractor had been hired and that a scope of work had been prepared, but neither one of those were actually identified. Then we saw a September update that was attached to the division pre-hearing statement, and that had a little more information, but not very much. It just provided a little detail on what the scope of work would look like. Now, I have to say, we are appreciative of what Climax has brought forward in this hearing. In the pre-hearing statements, they provided a lot more detail. We even heard more today. And I think as a result of that information, we believe Climax is doing a reasonable job of meeting the obligations that were set forth in the statement of basis and purpose. But we do have a concern that we shouldn't be seeing that in pre-hearing statements. We'd like to have that information coming out as soon as it's prepared and ready. And I think too, given the circumstances, given how high the molybdenum concentrations can be relative to a standard of 210, and given that it's showing up in the Denver water system, that I think an additional strong statement by the commission in the statement of basis and purpose here that Climax needs to continue to satisfy those requirements that the commission put forth in reissuing that temporary modification. I think that would be appreciated by the stakeholders downstream. With that, that's all I have to present. If the commission has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I don't see anyone with questions, so thank you, Steve.
Great, thank you very much.
Next up, we have the Summit Water Quality Committee.
Hello, I'm Lane Wyatt with Summit Water Quality Committee, and I swear to tell the truth. So we approach this very parallel to what Clinton just described, the issues they described, and kind of came to the same sort of conclusions as they did. Summit Water Quality, as you know, it's an intergovernmental agreement between the county, the towns, the major municipal dischargers, and Denver Water and Climax both participate financially to cover monitoring costs and things like that. Climax has provided Summit Water Quality, as recently as last week, updates on their monitoring, which includes stream monitoring, drinking water supplies, and that sort of thing. Descriptions of what they've been doing, pretty much similar to what you just saw today as far as source identification, efforts for control. We heard about their what we think are fairly aggressive timelines to accomplish some of those. And as a practical matter, particularly given that the underlying standard, the water supply standard, is coming up in less than a year, we're pretty comfortable supporting the division's proposal as it's outlined in the consolidated statements. So their proposal for Blue River Segment 14, the lower 10 Mile Creek. So we all will look forward to the standard setting, which should be a hoot. Thank you.
Any questions for Lane? Thank you. Next up, CPW.
Mindy May for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I swear to tell the truth.
Elizabeth Joyce, representing Colorado Parks and Wildlife with the Attorney General's Office, and I swear to tell the truth.
You'll have to forgive me. I'm getting over a cold or flu or something, so I'm trying not to cough, but I'll do my best. A couple things before I get going here. I just kind of wanted to clarify CPW's positions on temporary modifications are a little bit strange and different than some other folks. In general, we don't say that we support temporary modifications. This is a long-standing thing for us because it's an exceedance of an aquatic life or recreational standard, and so therefore the use probably isn't being fully protected. And so if someone meets all the requirements of the temporary modification and we think it's justifiable, we say not opposed, but we generally don't say we support. This is getting a little bit tougher as time goes on because we do have a temporary modification for one of our hatcheries, but I just wanted to flag that for folks if you see. Excellent, thanks. We did support our own temporary modification, yes. Yeah, this is a longstanding practice that's getting a little weird as time goes on. So I just wanted to flag that. And the other thing I wanted to flag is that we are not commenting on the molybdenum or arsenic standards because they're not aquatic life use or recreational use standards. I just wanted to flag that for folks. Sarah. Okay, so the Water Quality Control Division had proposed to delete 4 temporary modifications. We do support those deletions. And the Water Quality Control Division had proposed to take no action on a whole number of temporary modifications. I didn't put those into a table, but we are not opposed to the Water Quality Control Division's proposal to retain multiple existing temporary modifications. For Blackhawk Central City Sanitation District, we really appreciate them working with us on, in particular, the cadmium temporary modification. The current agreement is to allow that to expire, and so we support that position, and they are going to, Water Quality Control Division and Black Hawk are both proposing to retain the temperature temporary modification, and we're not opposed to that. For Boulder, Water Quality Control Division had proposed to retain the temperature temporary modification, whereas no opposition to that. And I think Boulder supported the Water Quality Control Division's proposal. I just wanted to put this in here because they had asked CPW a bunch of questions about the Johnny Darter study. I think they also posed those to Water Quality Control Division. So if there were any questions about that, I just wanted to put that in here. Centennial Water and Sanitation District, they are proposing to retain, or they're supporting the Water Quality Control Division's proposal to retain temperature temporary modifications on South Platte 14 and 16G. We're not opposed to that. Again, they had questions about the Johnny Darter study that we responded to, and so if there were questions about that, I just wanted to flag that again. Plum Creek Water Reclamation Authority had proposed to retain the temperature temporary modification. Water Quality Control Division had the same proposal. We have no opposition to that. The summary slide, if I hadn't just blasted past it, would have said that we recommend the commission adopt the Water Quality Control Division's consolidated proposal. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Does anyone have questions?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Dave made it for EPA. And I don't know, Fred, I think you can join us up here and just not comment on any Blue River segment 14.
Hey, how y'all doing? My name is Dave Moon. I work at the EPA Region 8 here in Denver. And I want to say a couple of things. First, I want to say that we support adoption of the division's consolidated proposal. By our count, there were, I think, 64 temp mods that were included in the review this time around, and 20 of them would be deleted or allowed to expire. And we counted 44 that would be retained without making any changes. So that's pretty good. Almost a third of them would be eliminated. So I want to be clear that we support adoption of those deleted temporary modifications, and we would recommend EPA approval if the changes are adopted. Second, we also want to thank the division and all the parties for their excellent work during this annual review. Lots of great information was provided during the process about all the work that's being done to resolve the standards questions. Our perspective is that these annual reviews are really useful and important. We want to say that we were grateful for all the information that was, put together and compiled and submitted, regardless of whether it's a UAA that's being done or an engineering study to look at whether a DSV is appropriate or something else, whatever it is. And we really appreciate the updates on progress that's being made to resolve the questions. And it's always exciting to see that things are being done to make the standard more appropriate, more defensible, more scientific. It's great. So thank you very much to everybody that did work for this process, this review. So then finally, our responsive and rebuttal comment letters did identify several questions. We had a couple recommendations, suggestions about temp mods generally, about the program. For example, we discussed the need to make temp mods more efficient and effective, adopt a definition of the term existing use would be great, and also to review options for setting numeric operative values and numeric permit limits so we can do a better job of maintaining and protecting water quality while temp mods are in effect. We also recommended that the commission and the division and the dischargers all be on the lookout for low-cost opportunities to improve the effluent quality and also ambient water quality conditions while temp mods are in effect. I think that's talked about in Regulation 31. It's talked about in Commission Policy 98-2, that while these temp mods are in effect, in addition to studying what the standard should be, you should also do what you can to improve water quality while the temp mods are in effect, because there is uncertainty about what standard is appropriate. Regarding our recommendation to place a cap on the duration of temp mods, there's been several comments in response to that idea. And the recommendation came from a good place. What we'd like to do is, and I think everyone would agree with this, there's a need to balance the need for resolving the water quality standard uncertainty with the need to also protect designated uses and as required by the Clean Water Act. So it's a balancing act, and there are cases where temp mods have been adopted and then extended and extended and extended, and years later, we still haven't resolved the uncertainty. And there is an argument that having a cap on the duration would incentivize things such that things would happen more quickly and would possibly get done in time. On the other hand, we recognize the points that there are some matters that are beyond the control of the discharger. So what we're really after is opportunities to make the program more efficient so the temp mods can be eliminated in a timely fashion. And are there changes to the program that could be made that would better do that? And, you know, all you have to do is look to the past, because in 2005, this annual review process was created. And the reason for doing that was to, in part, to improve the efficiency of the program and make sure that things are happening and getting done so that we can eliminate the temporary mods as quickly as possible. And then in 2010, the commission decided to adopt a requirement to submit a study plan, which was another step, I think, toward making the program more efficient, because it's important to agree up front on not only what the problems are, but what information is needed to resolve those questions. And if you don't reach agreement on that up front, there's a good chance you're going to be back a few years later asking for an extension, because there won't be an agreement on what the right standard is. So the temp mod program has changed a lot in the last 20 years. If you go back and look at the provision from 1998 and compare to what in Regulation 31 now, you'll see there are some big differences. So what we're asking is, are there other things that can be changed that would make the program better and more efficient, make it more legally defensible and more environmentally appropriate? And we look forward to working with the division, and we want to thank them for responding to our comments. And I think that the wheels are in motion to make more changes to the program, and we look forward to helping out with that and being on the work group. So with that, I'll stop and thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick.
Dave, despite what Blake had to say, I appreciate that you summarized your recommendations on improvements that can be made to the temp mods program. There may have been a fly on the wall when we had our work session in September, but we tried to get our arms around it in that work session in terms of what improvements could be made that would make the program more supported by the EPA. So really appreciate you taking the time to think about that and put it in your rebuttal statement. Obviously, today is not the day to debate the details of any of that, but I want to make sure that the commission and the division keep these thoughts on the table and that a work group does start to form. I hope that the time frame that the division has set out to review that when we look at basic standards again, and I think it's 2021, is acceptable to you. But I really do appreciate you taking the time to put that forward.
Thank you.
Jane, or
So one of the questions that I have that I think you made a statement and Blake also did about doing what you can to improve water quality when the temp mod is in place. Mm-hmm. And one of the things I think about is the situation with this arsenic standard and the Fish Plus Water standard and the natural sources, where you have situations where realistically there probably may not be anything that can be done, and that in that kind of situation, I'm just interested in your thoughts on that. Is the answer that, well, in that situation there may not be a way to make improvements in water quality, and the issue is more related to the standard, or what are your expectations in that kind of situation?
Well, I think what EPA's perspective on that is a situation where the discharger is a tiny fraction of the loading to the stream is different than a situation where they are the only source. Where they are the only source and they have a treatment plant, and there may be an engineering question about is there a different way of operating that plant such that you would get better removal efficiencies without investing in construction, just changing your operations. That sort of thing, I think, is what the commission had in mind when that sentence was included in Reg 31. And it does acknowledge in Reg 31 that the division should look at that, and in some cases, a permit can be issued by the division that would require improvements where it's reasonable, and if there are low cost opportunities. Does that help?
Maybe. Thank you. I mean, I think it's just that issue just seems like a really difficult one to me.
Yeah, the arsenic, I mean, you asked a question about arsenic, and I really think it depends on the factual situation at the site. How much of it is point source loading and how much it is.
I think your first.
How much of the loading is beyond the control of the discharger, I think it would be a key question in terms of what are reasonable expectations.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Does that help?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Fred?
I almost hate to ask the question, but when you're talking about a finite timeline, do you have any numbers in mind for something like that? I mean, you know what some of the entities have to go through in terms of engineering design and construction and source definition and things like that, but what are your general thoughts on something like that?
We don't have a specific proposal. If you look at, I think one step that could be looked at is how many temp mods exist now, how long have they been in effect, how many times have they been extended, and are there things that can be done that would encourage people to gather the information more efficiently, and why, for the ones that have been extended multiple times, why, and what mistakes were made, if any, and what can we learn from the past in terms of what could we have done differently to resolve these questions more quickly. And maybe that leads to something and maybe it doesn't, but I think it would be nice if there was some thought given to that and to look at alternatives to make changes to the program such that we'd have a better chance of resolving these things more quickly. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. All right, division, you want to come wrap up?
My name is Patrick Bachman, and I work for the Standards Unit. I swear to tell the truth.
Stephanie Baker, and I still swear to tell the truth.
Blake P.A. Still telling the truth, not swearing, but swearing to tell the truth.
Did you have anything you want to kick off?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so our wrap up is a little Blue River segment 14 heavy, but we just wanted to also provide a quick wrap up on everything else. As we mentioned earlier, both of the external proposals were withdrawn, so we don't have any comments on any external parties' proposals. And as far as the division's proposals, the parties are generally in support of those. And the only exception may be the division's proposal regarding Blue River segment 14. There's still maybe some outstanding concern about what period of record to use in that statement of basis language that we included. So digging into Blue River 14, the division did propose to take no action on this temporary modification, but we have been working on this question regarding status quo. And so the big question that the parties have raised is status quo in stream and in effluent being preserved? And are the existing uses being protected per the requirements of the narrative temporary modification? And this question really came up earlier this summer. Denver Water raised the issue, and they had actually proposed to change the narrative temp mod to a numeric temp mod in this hearing. And that really stirred up this discussion about the maintenance of status quo concern. And ultimately, the commission decided that that proposal was not ripe for consideration at this hearing, but you all did agree that there were some concerns about whether status quo is being maintained and those uses were being protected. So this hearing process was identified as a place where we could all talk about those questions. So this figure really highlights where the questions came from originally. This is slightly different from the data that Denver Water showed. These are the data that we used for our statistical analysis, but it shows the same story. So you see, before 2012, before mining resumed, molybdenum concentrations were pretty low. And then, of course, they have increased since 2012. And there has been a lot of attention on those spikes, those little peaks that you see over time. They do seem to maybe be getting bigger. And so we dug into that to look to see if those changes were significant. But you can see clearly that the in-stream concentrations are very closely tied to the effluent concentrations. And so another trend that we're seeing is that the maximum concentration, so those peaks, do seem to be going up. I mean, they were pretty low before mining resumed, but you can see, especially in the lower part of that table, in stream and in effluent, we're seeing higher peaks over time. So we wanted to use the data to look to see if these changes and trends were actually statistically significant. And so Patrick's going to dive into the work that we did there.
So as of responsive comments, we had a number of different data sets from a number of different sites in both segment 13 and 14. We decided to kind of rely on the method that our environmental data unit employs when trying to evaluate kind of disparate data sets and overlapping data sets. So the Climax site, Frisco at 3rd Avenue, and Denver Water site, 10 Mile Creek above Dillon, are about 1/3 of a mile apart. They have overlapping data. And so we use this combination and debiasing methodology to kind of come up with a standardized data set. We think that this data set was kind of the best thing to use here. It's at the bottom of segment 14, so it kind of incorporates everything that's going on in the watershed. There's really good seasonal coverage. We also looked at Climax's effluent data from their 1A outfall. And because status quo is not really defined outside of your typical dictionary, we don't have really a great methodology to rely on. So in our conversations with stakeholders November 8th, we talked about the number of statistical tools that are available to evaluate whether or not trends are significant. Everyone can look at this graph here and it looks like things are getting worse. Is it truly getting worse? The question really depends on period of record, as we know. Additionally, employing hypothesis tests like the Wilcoxon rank sum test, which is a test on medians, or a 2-group permutation test on means, are possible if you have a before and after kind of set up for your statistical test. And so we looked at a number of different periods of record, in addition to kind of holistically the whole long-term period of record. And so this is table 2. This is kind of the summary of all of the statistics that we did. So from 2008 to 2018, we can see significant trends with the seasonal Kendall trend test in both in-stream and effluent. This graphic here indicates the Thielsen line. This is a positive slope with a positive tau value, which corresponds to just the proportion of positive slopes throughout this time series. Going back to this, 2012 to 2018 was also evaluated in stream at this site, essentially looking at the time that mining started to today with a similar seasonal Kendall trend test. This is also a significant increase over time. Going on to the hypothesis tests, the Wilcoxon rank sum and permutation tests, in our 3 different periods of record, 09 to 13 as the baseline, which is what Denver Water suggested should represent baseline, versus 14 to 18, we see significant increases. Again, 2000, and it's not really surprising, 2008 to 2011, which is a more pure pre-mining baseline, versus 12 to 18. Those are all significant. What we don't see as a significant difference is this period of record, 2012 to 2014. This is kind of the pre-temp mod mining condition. We see that there is no significant difference versus the 15 to 18 period of record. And so I'll show you guys just kind of basically what these look like. These are the box plots, 09 to 13 versus 14 to 18. We see an increase over time. This is the period of record, again, that Denver Water wanted. This is something that's a little bit more akin to how our EDU utilizes periods of record as well. 8 to 11, this is the pre-mining period. We see pretty low concentrations there, low variability. 12 to 18, we see those high spikes. We see an increase in variability. Both permutation and Wilcoxon tests show that to be a significant increase. And then this kind of post-mining condition, the 2 years prior to the temp mod, there are about 100 data points in that 2012 to 2014 period of record with decent seasonal coverage. And we don't see really any difference there. Lastly, we relied explicitly on the EDU methodology, treating these baseline periods as an ambient standard. And so looking at 09 to 13 as the baseline, we don't see that. We see a very significant increase. The lower confidence bound on the more recent period of records, 50th percentile, is above that 09 to 13 50th. That indicates that, yes, not only is the 50th percentile higher, it's the value that indicates that essentially speaks to the variability around that percentile. And the same is true for pre and post mining. What we don't see is a significant increase in 12 to 14 versus 15 to 18. So we didn't have I think our proposal wasn't very, very great in that we're not proposing a period of record up here explicitly today because there isn't a great amount of direction in the regulations and in the policy. I think this really speaks to the difficulty with the temporary modification set to current condition more generally. I think entities shouldn't have to rely on a whole slew of tests to determine whether or not status quo is being maintained. That being said, there are good arguments for including 2012 to 2014 as the baseline condition. There's 100 values in that pre-temp mod period of record, which indicates that status quo would be maintained. But the long-term trend, I'll go back here. The long-term trend, 2012, 2018, post-mining trend shows from the start of mining to today, there is an increasing trend, but it's not pulling up the median values. Next year, that may not be the case. So We're a little concerned about that. So I think really continuing to monitor and evaluate the data is really going to be important. Your concern, Commissioner Hum, about frequency of data monitoring, I think is very valid. We have mostly monthly data points, and who knows what we're missing in between there. Again, we could have evaluated this from a load perspective and done some flow weighted means to look at status quo in an entirely different way. But again, we don't have guidance there, and we only had so many days to, employ these stats tests and make an argument. So that being said, I'll turn it back over to Stephanie.
So if we do use the 2012 to 2014 period of record as our baseline in this case, we can actually make it even more specific to post-mining and pre-temp mod. So using the May 2012 start date, so that's when mining resumed, and then June 2014 is when the temp mod was adopted. If you calculate the 50th percentile of the in-stream and effluent data, you get a 50th percentile in 10 mile of 170 micrograms per liter, and then effluent 490. And these are the values that we included in our proposed statement of basis and purpose language. And our goal here is really just to provide some kind of baseline for us to track future data and compare the data that we collect over the next year so that we actually have something to look back at and we don't have to kind of go through this all the different approaches and looking at things 1,000 different ways, because that doesn't really make sense. So our goal with putting in numbers was to give some kind of baseline that we can use to track the future data. That said, we're not saying that this is the approach that we would use everywhere. This situation is kind of unique in that the temp mod was adopted 2 years after mining resumed. The current condition temp mod was applied without really any plan as far as how we were going to track the conditions and status quo. But in this situation, this may be a valid approach to pursue. But another component that we included in our proposed statement of basis and purpose language is that due to these difficulties with current conditions temp mods, we recommend that if this temp mod is extended in the future, that we change from a current condition value to a narrative value, just so that we have a firm goal line to be tracking. So in summary, we recommend that the commission adopt our proposal as included in our consolidated proposal. And for Blue River 14, that included no action on the temp mod, and then that proposed statement of basis and purpose language. Did you have anything else?
Jane?
So I have a couple of questions. One is the 170 value is where that number came from, because in table 5, I don't see a 170. Is it explained somewhere else?
So it's not anywhere in our rebuttal. So we developed those after the rebuttal when we were trying to decide what we should put into the statement of basis. And really, we were trying to just really drill down and make the time periods as specific as possible, because for all the different approaches that we used in rebuttal, we just used hard, January to December time periods. Even if mining started in May 2012, we included starting from January 1, 2012. So to develop these 50th percentiles for statement of basis, we kind of weeded out the data on the front end and the back end that went outside those, the start and
months. And then did Climax agree with that number?
They suggested that they supported our statement of basis, yes.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So then the other question that I had in the different approaches that you included is the Appendix B from the 303D listing methodology with the lower confidence limit approach, and whether there was consideration of including that technique as part of that sentence in the statement of basis and purpose where you're putting that numeric value in there, whether you considered including that technique as part of that numeric baseline, because it seems to me like there are a lot of variables that affect whether you would magically hit that median number, and that lower confidence interval technique is a nice approach, I think.
I thought we had mentioned it, but we're checking.
So it's on the statement of basis and purpose where it says for the May 2012 to June 2014 period of record, 50th percentile molybdenum concentrations in 10 Mile Creek and Climax effluent are 170 and 490. These will be used as interim baseline.
Okay.
But then I don't think it includes that assessment technique.
Actually, yes. So the last sentence of the first the first paragraph on the second page. So the paragraph that starts with for the May 2012 to June 2014 period of record, the last sentence there mentions the ambient standards assessment methodology. But yeah, there might be a way to say it should be utilized in the future as well.
I would agree. Including that explicitly there would be a good idea.
Sorry, and then I have just two more questions. One is in your table 2, with your 2012 to 2018 significant increase over time using the Kendall trend test, that was different than seasonal man Kendall that Climax used in their analysis, I think, and then that's why you show a significantly statistically significant trend, and then I think they did not.
Yeah, so they used a period of record from 13 to 18, and our seasonal Kendall trend test actually agreed with that, although we don't show that up here. They also used a different site, as Tricia noted. They did not use our debiased combined data set. They used a site from closer to Copper Mountain, I believe.
Thank you.
Rick?
Thank you for your good work. I agree with you that well, that's getting into deliberation, so I won't say that now. Looking back at some of the other testimony, I believe that your proposal on Climax and 10 Mile Creek agrees with most of the actions that Frisco was requesting, that the period of time from 2012 to 2014 sets the status quo, adopt that period and compare it to the current record, and convert the numeric standard beyond the current temporary mod expiration if the standards don't change between now and then. Frisco also asked for delivery of a comprehensive report of what Climax has found to date. I hope Climax got the tone of my questioning. I don't think that Climax has been particularly forthright with their sharing of data and keeping the stakeholders updated as they said that they would a year ago. Do you think that a comprehensive report is beneficial or needed, or do you think that you can keep Climax at the table and get them to be more cooperative with the stakeholders?
I think that report would be helpful. I also think, based on what I saw in Climax's timetable this morning, that it sounds like that is something that's forthcoming in quarter 1 or 2 of 2019. I think if the commission has a direction they'd like to see that go, if they would like that shared in a certain way, I think that would be both achievable and something that would be helpful for the process. I think finding a way to share information in this particular setting is sometimes difficult, just making sure that all the stakeholders are informed, that the information's in a central location, things like that can be difficult. So I think if the commission has ways that they think would be helpful to get that information spread to the parties and make sure that it's disseminated appropriately, I think that would be great. And as far as the substance of the report, absolutely. I think that understanding the source control, the treatment alternatives, all of that kind of cost information that was laid out by the commission in the January 2018 statement of basis is very important. And is essential to the understanding of this site and what is achievable, and just kind of informing many of the decisions we're trying to make. And so absolutely, I think the report is necessary.
So I guess we've treated this, a couple of people have mentioned that we're treating this a little bit in a special way. This is sort of a unique situation. And I'm just curious whether we're setting a precedent that we may or may not like. I know we don't know exactly what's coming down the pike, but I'm just curious how you all feel with respect to having to really get into every one of these issues and nitty gritty and so forth. What are your thoughts with respect to the precedents that may be set here?
I completely agree with your concern. And I think that's a lot of what we spent time this fall trying to sort out, is how do we define something that's appropriate in this case without setting ourselves up to be bound to that in every case in the future, knowing that this site is different. And every time we enter into a site-specific discussion, there are factors we should and often do consider. And so I think that's kind of why we were a little bit reluctant to be incredibly explicit in how we both set and define, assessment of the baseline of the status quo, because there is very little to go on. We have a couple, there's a couple places written down in 98-2, as Dave mentioned, on kind of what the concept of status quo is. There's a little bit in 31.9 in permits implementation, and then there's the statement of basis at 31.53 that talks about status quo and current conditions. It's all very fuzzy. I think in general we understand what the concept means, but when it comes to actually implementing that, both implementing a narrative condition and intent mod and talking to our permits program, that's tough for them to understand. How do we implement that? And I think as Patrick mentioned on the assessment side, we drew from the tools that we had, and these the confidence limits or the tolerance limit value is something that is fairly well accepted, both in the professional literature or in the scientific literature, and in front of the commission. The commission has used these in the context of the listing methodology, as many folks have noted here today. We've also used these to set the thresholds in policy 10-1, the macroinvertebrate thresholds. We use tolerance intervals there, settlement criteria, and a number of other places. We've used these kind of concepts to say, when do we know that we're departing in a statistically significant way from the distribution of the data that we have available to us to set that baseline. I think the really tricky part here is that we didn't have that definition of what the baseline was. And so that's really what we're asking the commission to do today, is help us with the definitions of what that is, and specifically in this case. And then again, as Dave and others have mentioned here, I think there's a broader discussion in looking at, what kind of language or what kind of direction can we set for ourselves and put in front of the commission for a decision about what would be appropriate in more cases. Is there something that we think is appropriate as a default? And then we can have on a case-by-case basis, as we typically craft our regulations, to have, lay out some criteria. And then if you don't meet those, or there's something very odd or some other specific thing we need to recognize about the site, we could lay that out. But I think that's for a discussion that happens in the future. But I think where we are today to really get to answering your question with that context is that we think that this is appropriate for this case. We think that some direction from the commission would be very helpful to determine what is meant by a status quo in general, but specifically in this case today, it'd be very helpful to say this is a period record we think is reasonable and helpful, and this is how we're going to assess it in the future, and these are the other expectations we have for this site, stakeholders, division, and so we tried to lay that out in the statement of basis. So sorry, long answer, but it's we've thought a lot about this and are certainly concerned. Not in a bad way, but we take it seriously.
So I have just one question as it relates to the progress Climax has made. So it sounds like from other parties, if we go back to April of this year, they were not satisfied where they thought it was going. And slowly over time till now, they're at least somewhat satisfied and hopeful that, a full report comes through. What's the division's feeling on how adequately Climax has presented information, shown progress to date, and I guess I just haven't heard you guys comment specifically on that.
Sure, and I think we laid some of this out in our rebuttal as well. But I think in general, the issues are sharing the information. As, we heard some questions earlier today. Is the information available to make a decision? Well, yeah, we think the information is available, but we don't have the kind of synthesis or that other reporting aspect of it. And I think that's really what's lacking here. There are data being collected. I think there have been, and I've heard issues from stakeholders as well as our own internal folks about sharing of data and information in a timely manner and in a very broad manner. And again, I know, like as I mentioned earlier, that sometimes is difficult, but as we laid out in a rebuttal, there were issues with getting the data on the record early enough for the commission to review. That's something that we take, again, very seriously, mainly so that folks, all the parties to the hearing, have the ability to respond on the record and in writing and in a phase that is not something that's outside of the kind of normal pre-hearing statement responsive rebuttal phase. And we try very hard to make sure that that happens in a transparent fashion. And so there were issues in this particular hearing with that. I also think just in general, clear expectations are very helpful to make sure that things get done on the timeline that the commission would like to see them get done on. And so again, I think if there are expectations, I think setting those clearly today would be very helpful. It always helps us in our reporting to say, we all sat in this room and we all understood what the expectations were. And it makes it a lot more straightforward to both make progress on those expectations and then evaluate whether or not we've actually achieved those expectations.
Okay, Jane.
Yeah, this is just a detail. When you're indicating sample size on a debiased data set, is the number of samples the debiased number? Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you. So actually, I'm sorry for this. Did we have anyone for public comment? I should have asked that before we got to the division. Okay. Yeah. So I guess at this point, are there any members of the public that would like to offer input? Doesn't appear so. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I hope I'm in order, but is there an opportunity to call Climax back up? I have a question for Climax.
Okay. Yeah, so if Climax could come back up to answer Joan's questions.
He'll be surprised when he comes in.
We're starting over.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm not sure we need to wait for Ray, Gabe, but if we need to, we can. So I'll ask the question and you guys decide if it's a Ray question. And so I think it would be helpful based on what I've heard from all the parties at this point to understand the mine plan, the temporary mine plan. So your rebuttal talks about a temporary solution. And the PowerPoint that you gave today talks about revisions, modifications to the mining plan for 2019-2020. Is there anything else in your submittals on that topic? I assume those are the same, that refers to the same thing. Is that right? Okay. And are there any other statements on the record about that?
I don't believe
plan? Okay. So I'd like to understand that better. What is the schedule for implementing that mine plan. Maybe a little more illumination on why you decided to do that. I assume that there's some real data behind that. And I wonder if you've calculated the water quality benefit from your revision to the mine plan. So schedule and sort of anticipated benefit from that sort of temporary solution. It's not solution, but you're saying, I think you're saying in your statements that you hope that will be a way, or you expect that will be a way to help maintain status quo.
Yes, that's correct. So I will just back up a little bit with respect to mine planning. In an open pit mine, there's certain phases that come one after the other, and they are evaluated routinely. And in our case, we evaluate them generally on a quarterly basis, and then once a year we finalize it for a 5-year and a life of mine plan. And when we came into the beginning of this year, the next phase that we would be mining that was scheduled to begin in 2019, as we began to learn a bit of the effect and the source of one of our concerns being oxidized material, the next phase that was scheduled in 2019 contained a high volume of higher than normal oxidized material, which would lead us to, based on the information that we have, which is refined over time as we drill it and we assay it and we learn more about it. But on the information that we have, would have suggested that we would not be in the current conditions using our own model that we have, which is has a range of error on it, but nonetheless showed an increase in what we would expect if we continued with the mining sequence that was scheduled at that time. And as we moved into this year and we got information from our work with Stantec that the oxidized material could be a source that would be important to manage in a different way prior to resolving the standard, et cetera, we looked at our mine plan to see how could we revise our mine plan such that as we moved into 2019, we would not have to be in that higher volume of elevated assays and of oxidized material. So we resequenced the mine plan, which is not ideal from a strictly business perspective, but allows us to be in material that, using the same model and knowing that we have very little oxidized material and it's lower assay value, that we expect that we will stay in the temporary in the status quo, remain in the status quo. Did we calculate the benefit? Only to the extent that we would remain in the status quo with lower, tighter variance. There will still be the seasonal variance, but we can manage the oxide that we do have. But that resequencing essentially pushed out, if you will, the mining of that material of higher oxide by about 2.5 years. And in order for us to continue mining in the manner that we would need to extract the value of our resource, that's why we would like to see the resolution of this in that period of time to understand how we can do that. Does that answer your question?
I think so. So just to follow up, you're not expecting, you're expecting no worse moly concentrations in your discharge?
I would expect it to look similar to how it has been since we resumed operation.
Okay, so you're not necessarily expecting reductions?
No, no.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I wanted to follow up on a question about the Human Health Advisory for drinking water. The study that's currently underway, or that's currently being peer reviewed, that does that or does that not actually also address the human health advisory?
It does indirectly, because the Human Health Advisory is based on the scientific studies that have been done in the past. As you may recall, the 210 microgram per liter standard is based on the Fengwei study. The study previous to that was the Kowalski study, which was done in 1961 in Armenia. Those studies provide the scientific basis for the factors that it's the reference dose. How much can a person tolerate on a daily basis of the substance that is in question or being analyzed. So that reference dose number goes into the equation or methodology that then is used to develop either the health advisory or the water quality standards. So the work that has been done, the 3 studies that have been done, and more specifically the one that just got published, will be helpful to inform the result of the water quality standard for us, the ASTDR molybdenum toxicity value, and the health advisory.
Jerry, I just wanted to clarify. I believe that the EPA's IRIS value, which is the basis for the health advisory, only considers Kowalski. So Fengwei wasn't used in developing that 40 microgram per liter health advisory. And when the state of Colorado adopted its own molybdenum water quality standard, it determined that Kowalski was no longer to be used. And so we only use the Fengwei study. And at that time, it was the best science, but now with the new published science study, it is not.
That does raise a challenge, though, for drinking water providers. Is you've got a health advisory out there. So I guess, I'm not sure the process to get the health advisory adjusted to match what may or may not be the final stream standard, or even the current stream standard.
We have certainly urged EPA to revise its health advisory. They agree that their draft 1993 health advisory is out of date, but they also say that it's not one of their priorities to address. They have higher priorities, which is quite frustrating.
Any other questions for Climax before we move on? Thank you. So I think now, Tricia, we need a motion to close the record. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone? And Rick and Joan are the motion and second. And does anybody need to take a quick break before we? Okay. So let's take 10 minutes, or let's call it 2:15. We'll reconvene. Thanks.
Not placing there. We're not planning on. The only thing that we do is dredge up this past issue. Yeah. Two jobs for the foreseeable future. So it's part of kind of the, oh no, now, where it has, yeah. So, and we have these base trails. So outside is just the value what these established. Calibrate that. But nonetheless, is the model that we use. There's some error in here.
So I think I kind of walked away from. There's really two main things that are driving those points. Tell me if I'm way off base. The biggest is position. I think I heard you say that. Then the second is the percentage of the accidents. Then there may be some other little things, but it sounds like, and I don't think we can see this mandatory, but those other, streams of water that come in and down below those don't sound like they're really contributing anything.
That's true. We had a lunch break, and we went back and looked at that data. The highest number was.
Putting that in together and whatever. Because then in my mind, it's universal problem. And then as I hear you guys go, it's really a couple of factors. And then the question is whether there's any optimization that can go through the treatment plant that can knock some of the peaks down below or holding water back. That's how, then I start thinking, yeah, there's ways to manage those. I don't know.
And that's what they're looking at.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard. I think you really there's two very important parts of that. Which is the disasters.
And I assume you have we kept seeing spikes mining operations happens. The patterns slowly work their way up.
You might have seen an eye roll from me. I just tell them, I'm like, I think Sarah was back in the big eye roll going on. Yeah, which time? I can't sit and run. I mean, she was like, like sometimes I was intentional.
If I can think of that, you could press it for a while.
Water rights profile. I mean, they have to allow.
If it was something.
But it wouldn't matter.
So there will be times I'll roll some eyes.
It's great to have the hearings. Issues are. Steve, push on.
No, I think he's that is your style. Or I stay really silent. Yeah. I'll wake up and start screaming. First thing in the morning. Just to warm up. That's pretty much my private. Just get it out to Japanese. Get it already out. So learning. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Just let it out. Awesome. That's what Jerry's this that's somebody said the other day. It's been like maybe it's been at least
He's such a little boy.
he works hard.
He's like, oh my God, the water.
It's been getting better and better. It's just
Like,
it's a problem. Like, they always give me a hard time.
he's smart enough to
You start paying more money, I'll start buying suits. So this part of my problem is dick. I figure I might have some money. I get some years out of it.
well, no, I mean, they're fine for Will.
Good place.
Get rid of all the like interaction with stakeholders. Political pressure. Just do anything. Just those little moments. And their manager.
That would be awesome.
Doing overnight. Everything you need is right here.
That's really cool.
Wherever we are, that's where your class
That's what the class is. See, Emily used to grab me by that because they want like geology, like rock cutters. It's like fun and then like awesome. Instead of like driving around it's like this big. There's the geology. That's cool.
My section
Okay, let's get this started so we can wrap it up. All right, so I guess now that the hearing is closed, I want to look at this in a few ways. So I think we have two recusals. Fred is recusing himself from basically the decisions on Blue River in Regulation 33, and Jane on Coal Creek in Regulation 38. And so I think if we could start discussion with all of the issues for the regulations that we're all taking part in first, then we can kind of do a straw poll to make sure we're all on the same page before moving on. Then we'll move on to Regulation 38 and do the same. And then we'll wrap up with Regulation 33 because that probably has the most discussion. So if everybody's okay with that, I think. Okay, so I guess does anybody have any comments or discussion regarding, I guess, anything, but specifically the division's proposal for any of the regulations excluding 33 and 38?
It was said earlier, before it got tense in the room, that there was very good work done by many parties in the division to get to solutions that most parties agreed to. So really appreciate you all working together and bringing something that is a common sense solution that people will support. So you've made our job on many of these segments much easier today. So thank you for that.
See if I can follow Rick's lead here. I think David said it well too, in sort of noting that we have gone through this, cut down of total number of segments with temp mods, which is great. And I don't know if that's proof that it's working, but surely something is working if we're kind of moving towards removing some of these. So I think it's a great success, but it's largely because everybody's communicating, stakeholders and the division. So I think that's great.
So it seems like everybody's on board with the division's recommendation. And I guess I can, maybe Tricia, if you want to summarize, or I can, I guess it's their recommendations on regulations 32, 34, 35. 36 and 37, mostly to remove or delete or not extend temporary mods on various segments.
And 38.
We're going to come back to 38.
Well, you're,
Or
yeah, there were other ones other than
Okay.
just Coal Creek, right? Mm.
And 38 excluding Coal Creek.
Yeah.
So if nobody has any other comments on that, I think we'll move on to Coal Creek. Personally, I don't have any additional comments.
You want to have a motion on the first one?
So Trish and I had talked, and we thought we would just kind of get a general sense, and then at the end, we will do formal motions for all three. Hopefully, this doesn't happen, but if somebody has some idea before we get to that point that comes up. Okay, so it sounds like that will basically be taking the division's recommendation on that as well, unless someone else has comments. And then, so now let's just get into some discussion on Blue River and specifically the molybdenum temporary modification. I guess I can start a little bit. I think the question ultimately here is whether, as of June 2014, the commission's intention for status quo or current condition to be based on the period where Climax had been mining, or the period, any other period. I guess it could be, let's say, the previous 5 years or 10 years or whatever. But that's kind of the primary consideration. Not that we, I guess I'm not sure we necessarily have to make a decision here, but it sounds like it would be beneficial to all parties if we gave direction on what that intention is currently, for how to determine status quo, and potentially a year from now or earlier, deciding on a numeric standard that would either go into an extended temporary mod or possibly into permits.
I think the division wrote into their proposal that the baseline is 2012 to 2014. So it's the period of time after mining resumed up until the time that the temporary standard was first set. And I think that's a common sense approach. I think it's very obvious that when mining is being done at Climax, that there is an impact on 10 Mile Creek. But I don't think it would be fair to hold Climax to a period of time, to a standard that was created in a period of time when that activity wasn't going on, since the standard was set after mining resumed.
Barbara?
What if I can add, I mean, typically when we do the temporary modifications that aren't a numeric standard, we call it current condition or existing condition, which to me implies the water quality that exists when we adopt the temporary modification. So I agree completely with Rick that the division's proposal for 2012 to 2014 makes the most sense, because those were the current conditions at the time the temporary modification was adopted.
And I would agree with that, and also add that maybe in the future, if we set temporary modifications like this at current condition, in a situation like this where you have an operation that is occurring recently, that we would say that, clearly state that that's the intent, current conditions under mining operations, or that we would have been clearer about that time period.
Yeah, I agree. I think that had that been clear, then we might not be having all of these discussions. The only question I have is, when something like this is proposed, do we know if there's data that's appropriate, at that time, I'm not sure we would have understood that there was that the previous 5 years, or that there was enough data in that 2-year period to adequately define. So I just think I agree that we should try our best to define it, and hopefully with proposals of temporary modifications that kind of information would be included. Like, we request this current condition based on this data.
I guess I'm the only commissioner who was here in 2014.
We're here, but
That was no, I thought that was my first. 2014 was my first year. No, I came through with, God, I've lost his name, Durango. Chuck Warner and Jefferson County Health. Yeah. You know, so I can remember where they live and what they do now. Yeah. I mean, having been on the other side of the table and proposed temporary modifications, you do usually have you should have some data, and I think we can make that clear in the future with new temporary modifications, is that there is an expectation if you're going to ask for a temporary modification based on existing conditions or current conditions, you provide some data that documents what that is.
I don't disagree, but I would push the division towards setting numeric standards instead of a narrative standard of existing conditions. I've always been uncomfortable with saying existing conditions. How do you enforce that? So I really think we need to try to find numeric standards.
Yeah, I mean, being so new to the commission and this issue, I'm glad you're all clear about what you meant in June of 2014, because it's pretty obvious that it could mean at least 3 different things, because we have 3 major parties sort of in dispute about it. So it's not insignificant. At this second, I'm not clear I know what status quo means. So I would say, though, that I think it's extremely important that we make progress on this issue. Climax had said at another hearing, I believe they expressly encouraged the commission to consider writing a letter to ATSDR and EPA, and I would like to suggest that we do that. Or talk about doing that. And I think it would be especially useful for Denver Water to write a similar letter. Agencies are going to pay attention. Granted, it's a very sort of geographic centric issue to sort of this watershed in Colorado, but it's 1 million drinking water customers that are potentially affected. And so I think that would be meaningful to the agencies. I know if I was reading a letter as a senior manager at one of those agencies, that would be meaningful. So I'd like to encourage that. I don't know if it'll make a difference, but I think it would be useful potentially.
I guess I think I like the idea of the numerical standards in the sense that I wanted to. What's been bugging me in the back of my mind is wondering what decision could we make that protects water quality? And I'm not sort of partly in this situation, but I think also in thinking about the future. I guess I worry that we get into a situation where there is a potential that we have that this precedent gets set a little bit in the sense that if we leave status quo a bit unknown, would that end up maybe not being a purposeful loophole to try to exploit from the get-go, but perhaps in hindsight, after somebody has found to be non-compliant with, I don't even know what water quality issue we'd be talking about in the future, but any of those could, I think, be troublesome for us if we stick to the narrative standards and end up finding ourselves here again. Although I think I see that the flip side of that is that we are going to spend a lot more, there's going to be a lot more consternation on what that number is. And I recognize that, but I think that that's the upfront certainty we need to have, even if we're not certain about the numbers. I don't know if that opens a whole new can of worms with respect to what becomes enforceable, but I think I'd like to learn from this lesson that would be a more useful way to go, so that we're not concerned about which period of, I mean, this data goes back to 2007, and it's pretty compelling prior to 2012, but that's not where we are. We recognize there's a use in this watershed, and we are respecting that there is some sort of impact. It's raised above background. How do we protect the uses downstream is kind of where we are. But I guess I'm just a little uncomfortable. Well, okay, it's my engineering background. I want a number. I want to know if we're greater than or less than. That's what I want, some certainty. But in any event, I hope that we can learn from this and sort of think about this when it comes up again. So.
And I guess continuing in that vein, I kind of have mixed feelings about a number. Having worked with data sets where you have a wet year, a dry year, and it wasn't, the full range of hydrologic conditions isn't reflected in the 2 years that you're using as the baseline. The flip side of it is that it can result in coming back and having an appearance of an exceedance or non-compliance, when in reality, that initial data set wasn't fully representative. So it's kind of, to me, it's kind of a mixed bag on that. And I think that's one of the reasons why I mentioned that Appendix B of the 303D listing methodology, where you have that kind of confidence, upper and lower confidence limit on whatever number you choose. I think that helps dampen some of that problem a little bit, but that's why I have kind of mixed feelings about it.
Well, sort of along those lines, in this case, I mean, isn't there a de facto number? Is it? Are we okay if Molly at Denver Water Intake creeps up to 41? I mean, I think we're in a situation where it hasn't surpassed the health advisory number, which is good. But is 41 at the intake status quo?
I don't know if this helps at all, but I guess when I think about it, there's a piece of the conversation about maintaining current conditions and status quo, both for the discharger in their effluent as well as in the stream. And a lot of the conversation about what is the current condition and the status quo in the stream has all been about at a very different location than at the Denver Water's point of intake, right, where the number is very different. So for the former, it's in the 200s, and in the latter, we're talking in the 30s. And that's because of a lot of dilution after going through Dillon Reservoir and other impacts from water supply. So the discussion, I guess, about the latter, to me, gets more to the question about, does the commission feel comfortable that existing uses are being protected during the time of the temporary mod? And yeah, I think in some ways, in evaluating that, at least for the hearing as of today, you are in a position of trying to use the current health advisory and a de facto number of 40 for that piece, but not for the piece about current condition and status quo.
Yeah. And I appreciate that, Tricia. And I was generalizing. And that's why I called it a de facto number, because it's not obviously a water quality standard that I'm referring to, but it does go to the question. I mean, it's an in-stream diversion. So the 30s are an in-stream number.
Beyond the basis of what how to measure the status quo, I am concerned about the long-term effects of what's going to play out over the next year. Obviously, Climax is betting on the scientific studies showing that we can raise the standard for molybdenum significantly. But I hope that doesn't mean that they then decide that they don't have to make their best efforts as long as they meet a new standard that may be orders of magnitude higher than the current standard. I'm very concerned about that in the long run. So I think what's in the division's draft of basis and purposes is a good start. But in order to set a benchmark for participation and release of the information that Climax develops as we anticipated in the January hearing, I think it would be good to incorporate into the statement of basis and purpose some kind of language to the effect that a comprehensive report to all stakeholders be provided by July 1st of 2019. I'm looking at the work plan that Climax provided today, and the engineering studies will wrap up in the late first quarter of 2019, early in the second quarter of 2019. So it seems if that work is done and Climax is willing to share that information with the stakeholders, as I think was our original intent last January, that providing a comprehensive report gives the stakeholders an opportunity to see what Climax has done in response to our requests last January and set a standard for what might occur at Climax and on the 10 Mile Creek in the future, regardless of what the standard might become.
Yeah, I guess I would agree generally. I'd ask Tricia and Jerry if what your thoughts are on how to include such language to set deadlines.
So if you include language in the statement of basis and purpose, we've struggled with this before because to what extent is it enforceable? It's, it's not a permit condition. But it is clear direction from the commission to Climax or anyone else when you do this about what your expectation is. So you often do that kind of thing to division staff. And I think you've done that with other dischargers with temporary modifications and setting what your expectation is in terms of what they're going to do in their plan to resolve uncertainty. So from my perspective, it's in line with that. If you made a statement that, the commission, based on the conversation today, expects that Climax will share that information. And you could always say, based on the information, we believe it will be available July 1, but, barring any unforeseen circumstances. And if for some reason that date was not, possible, Climax could explain that about why it didn't happen by that deadline in the future.
Any thoughts? It sounds like, based on comments from Clinton, Frisco, Denver Water, they would all appreciate some more defined deadline. Considering, I think, the way this hearing kind of came about with data collection and submission of information and stuff like that, I'd lean towards not even writing in an out. Just say that no matter what, an update, even if it's not the full report with costs, there should be something available by July of 2019. And so I would say that, you know, an update is required, and ideally that's in the case of a full, complete report, but that no matter what, something comes out.
So, since I'm not a lawyer in the room, if I read the first bold line here, it says that the final action, January 14, 2019, effective date, June 30th, 2019. So the day after it becomes effective, we want to report. Is that a problem? I mean, we're sort of asking for this July 1, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. So you're highlighting that for standards actions, we typically do them with a delayed effective date. And the purpose of that is to allow time for EPA to do their review and approve or disapprove the commission standards actions. That being said, all parties are aware of the action that you're taking, and it is the day after. It's not the day before.
Right. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Is it odd to have it stick around in there for the next several years beyond that? I mean, it just seems so specific, but maybe that's fine because, again, this is our mechanism for communicating that desire. But yeah, I don't know if it seems odd.
I think it's helpful because if, there's more discussion about this temporary modification in the future, and if that did not occur, it would be helpful to have a clear record for
This becomes a record.
future commission
Sure. Okay.
to have that.
Well, on this topic, so I, again, wasn't there when the commission established, I don't know, for lack of a better phrase, a work plan for Climax to develop and share information. But I think what I heard parties today say was it's more than whatever Climax is saying they're going to give stakeholders. It's more like, I wonder if there's an opportunity for the commission to influence a more sort of stakeholder-based development of a work plan for Climax as well, or the drinking water provider is going to be satisfied with this source plan and costs. I think I heard the parties say they are looking for more. So I'd almost be less concerned about a deadline, although timing is important, and more concerned about a stakeholder developed work plan for Climax to develop and share information. I don't know if we can influence that.
Climax is a for-profit organization that has invested lots of money in this mine and intends to get a return over the period of time. I don't think it's this kind of a plan. I think being a good citizen, it's incumbent on Climax to reveal the results of the studies being done, what the possible alternatives are, and for the stakeholders to be able to respond to them and say, we think alternative A, even though it costs 20% more money, is far more valuable to the community than alternative C. But I don't think the stakeholders are in a position to dictate to Climax what they're going to do. So I don't think it's a stakeholder developed plan. I think it's Climax's plan that gets commented on by the stakeholders.
I understand. Sorry, Rick, that's not what I meant. I meant the development of data. What I heard drinking water providers or water providers today saying that they didn't have data that they desire. And so the work plan I'm talking about is a work plan, a monitoring or other sort of data development plan. Maybe I misunderstood the stakeholders, but I thought that's what I heard them say. The parties today, excuse me.
I don't want to dominate this, but I think what the parties were saying is that Climax was collecting data, but it wasn't always made available to the stakeholders. And I heard comments about it's difficult to share data. Well, that's not true. There's a thing called Dropbox. If you have data and you want to share it with the community, you can put it in Dropbox and give people access to it. It's that simple. But if you want to withhold the data and decide what to publish when, then it's difficult to share data. I think we had the expectation that Climax was going to not only gather data, but share it with the stakeholders. And I think they have to do a better job of that.
Okay. So I'm not sure exactly where we stand. I mean, sounds like we kind of started this by establishing a deadline for a report, and it's kind of now a mix between a deadline for a report and a requirement to share data, which I'm not sure how we write that in. At least my understanding is that as of today, the stakeholders are happy with the data that has been shared. The problem was the timing to get to this point. So I think we can encourage more regular sharing, but I don't know I don't know what else we can do. I think a report deadline is realistic. So I guess I would lean towards setting a deadline and making it specific that it should be reported to all stakeholders. I think Jane's recommendation that in the statement of basis and purpose, we include some additional information on, and she should probably explain this better, but the statistical analysis and the confidence levels that I think Patrick also agreed would be helpful to include. So I don't know if Jane, you have some idea.
So on page 2 of the statement of basis and purpose, the first full paragraph there at the end of the there's a sentence that says these values can be used as an interim baseline to compare data after the temporary modification was adopted in June 2014 or June 2014. And I think maybe then just say using the statistical evaluation technique for assessment in Appendix B of the 303D listing methodology, or something like that. So the intent would be to allow the use of these confidence intervals, but not to use the 5-year period that the division uses for the 303D list.
Anyone, questions, comments, opinions?
So I like the notion of that, but do we have to stipulate for whatever, well, what do you say? Not for whatever time period data is available. The non-requirement of the 5 years, I guess, is what I'm worried that becomes an implicit need if you just look to that section.
Well, that's why I mentioned the 5-year thing, because
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there would be confusion.
Right. Yeah. I think we need to say something about the 5 years isn't required, or what if there's 7 years? I mean, if there's less than 5 years, I think what we're saying is we'd rather see that technique used.
So, yeah, and I guess what I'm trying to clarify is the whole issue of the 5 years of data that went back into the non-mine operation
Yeah, I
period,
think they're saying the
that's
same
not the
thing.
intent.
Yeah,
of
Right, right, right.
Same thing.
Okay.
Michael just wants to be sure we make that clear
Yeah.
that we don't want any confusion about the fact.
Right. Yeah.
Isn't it from the period of after June 14th?
We said
June of
that.
2014? All data available from that date forward.
Well, okay. So yeah, I guess you're right. With respect to this particular situation, it could be very date specific. If this became a bit more of a precedent though, in using that technique, I guess that's where I'd be wary of what time scale you put on this, on using that technique, which data you use.
Right, because if you were doing this 2 years from now, your 5-year period would be different than it is now.
Right.
Yeah. So, Jane, just so I understand it, you're suggesting that second sentence, these values, so they're about the baseline period, can be used as an interim baseline to compare to data collected after the temp mod was adopted in June 2014. And you're saying to then refer to the method in Appendix B of the 303D listed methodology, and meaning that the latter data you would establish what that is based on, okay.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any opposition to that? Comments regarding? Okay.
Yeah, I think that'll.
I think it's fine with me. I think that it clarifies what we're looking for. How about discussion on a date and what we expect on that date? Rick proposed July 1st, which happens to coincide with when this goes into effect.
In trying to capture the conversation, I'll throw something out there as a straw proposal that you all can tweak or attack or throw away. Something along the lines of the commission expects that Climax will share a comprehensive report to all stakeholders by July 1st, 2019, and also encourages Climax to share more information and data with the public and interested parties on an ongoing basis.
What she said.
And am I missing any other discussion items that you guys remember as far as statement of basis and purpose or anything else?
So if we're going to start parsing the words, I guess I do have a couple. One is preservation the word in the rule, or is it maintenance of status quo?
I think it's preserve, but let me pull it up.
Yeah, because that's what the division uses, so it must be. But boy, that's an interesting way to approach this. Seems like we're talking about maintenance. And then again on page 2, so in the last sentence or the second to last sentence of the second to last paragraph, it says, in addition, the ambient standards assessment methodology comparing 2012 to 2014 versus 2015 to 2018 does not indicate an exceedance period. But I've read it over and over again, and it's pretty vague as to an exceedance of what. So can we clarify what that means?
So
Of the current condition, of what was meant by current condition, or an exceedance of the baseline?
Well, I think, fundamentally, can't we just say they were not statistically significantly different? That's what they showed with their statistical, with the box and whisker plots, and then the statistical analysis beyond that. So I think, we could interpret this to say that the data, there was not a statistically significant increase in the 2015 to 2018 period compared to 2014 to 2012. It's just funny to say. I agree with you. I think I hadn't thought about this, that to say that there's not an exceedance suggests that there's a numerical standard we're comparing against, and that's not what we're doing here.
Yeah, and we're also not making a finding that it exceeded a narrative standard.
Right. Yeah.
So something like indicate a statistical difference in molybdenum concentration. Is that?
Does not indicate a statistically significant difference.
Or statistically.
Yeah, that's better.
Blake's nodding. So no, well, you guys wrote this, so we don't want to butcher it too badly.
That's our job.
I think that's more accurately worded. Oh.
And then in the next sentence, I would suggest that we say, based on this information at this time, the commission finds status quo is currently being preserved, not believes. I just think we're we're making a finding.
Yes.
It's more clear to the parties.
Do you want to switch preserve to maintained?
Well, whatever the rule says.
Preserves.
Okay.
I wish it was maintained.
That's No, yeah, another battle for another day. That's okay.
Anything else?
Well, I have one if we're going to
Yeah,
nitpick
let's do it.
words. And I may be okay with this, but comprehensive report. That is also, well, what does that mean? Are we wanting a thorough report of data that includes characterization of data or data summary or progress related to the 5 items that were in the previous hearing, like the source identification, the things that Climax has been working on and shared some of those findings today? I mean, is comprehensive report, is that a sufficient term, or should we say something other than that?
We should probably define some expectations, I guess.
Their PowerPoint on page 4 of their handout identifies the work they're doing.
Oh, phase 1, phase 2.
Phase 2, is that what we're talking about? Plus water quality data?
Yes.
So I guess it begs the question, and I don't know if you have the authority to do this. Are you asking for Climax to share the report that Stantec develops for them with the public, or are you asking them to develop a different report?
I think it's up to them. I mean, if Stantec develops a report that they don't want to share, then I think we would expect a different report to be shared.
But what you want is for them to, what you're wanting is for them to share information about what the treatment options and costs are.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to, I don't remember the last January's hearing, but we had a list of requirements. Oh, so was this our list? I don't remember.
List, is it the phase 2 list, the 5 items? Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think if we referenced back to that hearing or just include it again, I think either would be fine.
Trying to pull up the language from that hearing.
So I don't think there are anything else. So once Tricia maybe finds that, or I don't know if we can make a
Or do you want, I mean,
ruling and you draft something.
we can do that. I mean, as long as I have clear enough sense of what you're wanting. So, I mean, what I'm capturing at this point is that the commission's expectation is that Climax will share information about the treatment options and costs with all stakeholders by July 1, 2019. And we haven't talked about this part, but I'm recalling some conversation about and providing an opportunity for input into that. And then encouraging Climax to share more information and data with the public and interested parties on an ongoing basis. But we can do that now with the caveat that, with the opening for your staff to go ahead and look at what the language was from before and compare the two. And if it seems that refinement on the language is appropriate, that we have leave to use discretion and judgment and include that in the draft final action documents, which would go to all the parties for input and then back to you to ultimately tweak.
So do we have a motion for that?
Well, can I say one thing? But I don't think it's, I think you may have just said treatment options, but I don't think it's just treatment options. I think it's a variety of management alternatives that might not be limited to treatment.
Yeah, could we-
like management, like the source control piece.
Right, yeah.
And then secondly, I would think if there's a July deadline, that it may be that, I think what they were saying is they might not have a thorough cost evaluation, but maybe identification of data gaps and might be part of that too. Of we have the answers to these questions, but we have ongoing efforts to fill the following data gaps. Might be part of something if it's going to be due in the next 6 months.
Okay. The other thing, and I'm not suggesting that we include statement of basis and purpose language about this, but Joan, you had mentioned about, encouraging the commission to draft a letter and send a letter to ATSDR. So, and I think that makes good sense. And so I just wanted to make sure that there was general agreement, and we can be sure to bring something back in the future on that. So the three refinements to statement of basis and purpose that I've captured, one is the one we've kind of spent this time about and still needs some refinement, but around the expectation about Climax sharing information with the stakeholders and the members of the public. Then the second was, Jane, the language you suggested adding about using the statistical evaluation technique in Appendix B of the listing methodology. And then I guess the two pieces that Commissioner Card noted about changing the words antecedents to statistically significant difference and changing believes to finds. So I've got those 4 changes.
So do we have a motion or can we do that?
Yes, but let's just be very specific about if you want to do 10 Mile Creek first with those changes.
Yeah, since we just discussed it, let's do that first. So
I'll make a movement that we,
what's a movement?
we approve changes to Regulation 33, Blue River Segment 14, with the changes to the basis and purpose language as Tricia just stated, with the caveat that we will look back at the January 2018 conditions and balance in Maxco.
Mm-hmm.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. And Fred has abstained.
He really wants it to be done, though.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then the second one would be for a motion to delete the selenium temporary modification on Boulder Creek Segment 8 and Regulation 38 as proposed by the division in its consolidated proposal. I said Boulder Creek Segment 8, but it's Coal Creek Segment. It is Boulder Creek Segment 8.
Yeah, officially it's, I think. So that was Barbara and Joan.
Thank you.
And Jane has abstained.
You do.
Oh, yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? And Tricia, I'll let you summarize the final.
Yeah, a motion to adopt the remaining changes to Regulations 32 through 38 as proposed by the division in its consolidated proposal, including the proposed statements of basis and purpose.
Do we have a motion?
Second.
All right, Barbara and Fred. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed? All right, carries. I think I'm done.
Well, I have a serious question. It's the December meeting. Does Martha not love us anymore?
I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not, yeah, we could have used some sugar too. I don't know.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Yeah.
David, you. welcome to stop by. Side.
Thank you. I know where my wife is. She's having,
Yeah, so if anybody is interested, I did bring a bunch of beer.
I guess. It's
Here, I'll take No, I just brought it. I baked enough for everyone to pick off.
Wow.